time, as I continued in my studies in African history and specifically Nile Valley civilization, I became increasingly suspicious of the phrase Egyptian hieroglyphs. The origin of hieroglyphs is hotly debated, and there doesn't seem to be a solid explanation as to where in the Nile Valley this writing form was actually created. At least no explanation that has been satisfactory for me. Today, I wanted to share with you guys my theory on the origin of the so-called Egyptian hieroglyphs. I'm curious to see which route you guys decide to take. I had some trouble knowing exactly where to start with this video, as there's so much I can share concerning the nature of Nile Valley civilization and even how the historical narrative has changed over time, largely by Egyptologists. So I'll try and keep this as simple as possible because there's so many moving pieces. First, I'll discuss the factual information that speaks on the first people to have dominion in the Nile Valley, and more importantly, the people that sparked human civilization itself. Then, we'll briefly go over the ancient narrative concerning the originators of Nile Valley writing and civilization as a whole, coming from a non-African objective source. And lastly, we'll go over what I consider the smoking gun for my theory, evidence in the hieroglyphs itself, pointing us closer to the originators of the first well-documented African writing system. Now to begin, it's a fact that the first significant sign of civilization and statehood in the Nile Valley was a Nubian state called Tasseti. And some scholars agree that this Nubian group that created the Tasseti civilization were from the Nilo-Saharan language family. As an example, the Maasai people speak a Nilo-Saharan language. The language is even said to stretch as far as West Africa, as the Songhai people are a branch of the Nilo-Saharan family. These particular Nubians of the Tasseti civilization were the most dominant in the Nile Valley at the time, and at one point they even controlled Upper Egypt. Tasseti is said to have flourished in the Nile Valley around 3500 BC. To give you guys an idea of its significance, King Narmer, a Nile Valley ruler who united the northern region into one state, later called Egypt, did not accomplish this task until about 3050 BC, which was nearly 500 years after the dominance of Tasseti. The reason this is important is because people usually associate the first African civilization with Egypt, and all civilized faculties of the Nile Valley are associated with it, when in reality that couldn't be further from the truth. Nubian states such as Tasseti are proven to be older than any Egyptian kingdom. In fact, Tasseti is even older than a unified Egyptian identity in general. It's very important that we keep that perspective in mind when considering Nile Valley writing. Next, we have the objective observation from an ancient non-African source that corroborates the previous information about the progenitors of Nile Valley civilization. That source comes from an ancient Greek historian named Diodorus Siculus. Diodorus gives us a wealth of information on the history of Egypt. His account is very important because it reveals the common ancient narrative at the time. Diodorus, along with many other Greek historians, actually traveled to Egypt and learned many things from the Egyptian priesthood. Upon his arrival in Egypt, Diodorus shared with us what he learned. Please bear with me as I borrow excerpts from his writing. They say also that the Egyptians are colonists sent out by the Nubians, Osiris having been the leader of the colony. For speaking generally, what is now Egypt, they maintain, was not land but sea, when in the beginning the universe was being formed. Afterwards, however, as the Nile during the times of its inundation carried down the mud from Nubia, land was gradually built up from the deposit. And the larger part of the customs of the Egyptians are they hold Nubian. The colonists still preserving their ancient manners. For instance, the belief that their kings are gods, the very special attention which they pay to their burials, and many other matters of a similar nature are Nubian practices, while the shapes of their statues and the forms of their letters are Nubian. For of the two kinds of writing which the Egyptians have, that which is known as popular is learned by everyone, while that which is called sacred is understood only by the priests of the Egyptians, who learn it from their fathers as one of the things which are not divulged, but among the Nubians, everyone uses these forms of letters. Many other things are also told by them concerning their own antiquity in the colony which they sent out that became the Egyptians. But about this, there is no special need of our writing anything. We must now speak about the Nubian writing, which is called hieroglyphic among the Egyptians, in order that we may omit nothing in our discussion of their antiquities. Now it is found that the forms of their letters take the shape of animals of every kind, and of the members of the human body, and of implements and especially carpenter's tools. For their writing does not express the intended concept by means of syllables joined one to another, but by means of the significance of the objects which have been copied, and by its figurative meaning, which has been impressed upon the memory by practice. The idea of Nubians inventing writing is new and even controversial to us, but as we can see clearly from Diodorus and his writing, in his day, that was apparently common knowledge. Diodorus speaks on the Nubian invention of hieroglyphs with absolutely no insecurity or hesitance. This is a remarkable piece of evidence, especially from an outside source, that really affirms my own theory. Not only is Diodorus saying that an Egyptian man told him this, but he seems to agree with him. Now, for many people, this may be proof enough, but I think my last observation may bring it all home. For my smoking gun, I want to point us in the direction of a particular hieroglyph. It's a really simple illustration or symbol, the Nile Valley hieroglyph for a human face. This is the most common hieroglyph used to represent a human face in Nile Valley writing. Now, aside from the fact that this symbol clearly looks like a typical Nilo-Saharan man from the general Sudan region, I also just want us to use common sense. Consider this scenario. Whichever individual or people group that decided to use symbols to communicate wanted to express a symbol for a human face or a human being in general. So given that time frame when it was invented, let's just say around 3200 BC, before any Egyptian state was formed, this person would have naturally either used his own phenotype or the phenotype of the people around him, like the general populace who controlled the civilization. Now, I know this may be controversial and new to many of you guys, but I think if we can't at least agree to that, then we can't really have an honest conversation about the invention of writing in Africa. It seems really obvious and clear to me that the people who invented the first recognized writing system in Africa were the Nubians. Now, given all the evidence I just presented, like the first civilization being a Nilo-Saharan or Nubian one, also the ancient narrative proclaiming the Nubian birth of so-called Egyptian religion and writing, and now the smoking gun, the clearly Nilo-Saharan or Nubian facial phenotype on a hieroglyphic symbol for a human or face presents a pretty strong argument in my opinion. It's almost like the individual or people group that created this etched their own signature on their writing form. Now we have to assume this was unintentional because this was just normal for them, but the evidence to me is undeniable and actually very beautiful and poetic. They've been telling us all along. The African writing form of hieroglyphs, according to my theory, was absolutely invented by Nilo-Saharan Nubian people, and Egyptians simply borrowed it, no doubt adding more value to the writing form. And there is certainly nothing wrong with that. What we can give Egypt credit for is that they presented this writing form, or what they call the Metu Neter, to the rest of the world. This perspective would no doubt change everything because Nile Valley writing was pretty much copied by the Phoenicians, who then introduced the writing form to Greece, and so on and so forth. In other words, the writing form we use every day did not originate in Greece or Rome or even the Africans of Egypt. It came from the Africans in Nubia. Anyway, I'm curious as to what you guys think of my theory, and I hope that you can provide some great insight that affirms or debunks my theory. Really looking forward to speaking with you guys in the comment section. Well, I'm all out, guys. If you like these videos and want to help in its continued production, consider
asked Hashar. Hashar has refused to give us the decree. And I love him. And I love my brother. But you can't be so shit. Hey, hold on. You can't be us Garfield. Now, Daniela, you next. Let's go. What decree is it?
You know every decree? I did a whole piece. You know every decree? You asking me what decree it is like you know every decree. Yo, hold on. You know every decree?
Come on.
I'm ready to chop some heads. I'm ready to chop some heads.
I'm going to tell you this right now. Check it out, right? I'm going to use the Chronicles of Zeraria, right? 1440. That's the conquest of Guinea, right? Now, those Portuguese we talking about, you know who they was looking for? Do you know what they was looking for? What was they looking for? What was they looking for? Tell us what they was looking for. I'm going to tell you what they was looking for. They was looking for...
No, don't say it. He's act like you know
these TV.
There we go.
And you see who they
You need a new set of Hebrews. You need a new set of Hebrews. Okay? These Hebrews BS. And when people with intelligence and smarts around, they ain't got no talk. When they get checked about sources, they ain't got none. We asking Hashar for $3 right now. Where is the decree? And he can't produce.
Let's be real.
Come on.
Garfield can't come in here no more. Chop his head off.
No, don't say that.
You gotta give us our Lex.
Don't say that.
Intermission. Zion Lex has refused. We did a 2.5-hour presentation. He has put up false information that is not in the book where he says it's supposed to be. We can't talk to you until you tell us where that picture came from.
Hey, the Hebrews got a scripture where they say, prove all things. That's in Thessalonians. I want to know the decree. That's the shot. That's what power.
When have you ever seen Hashar and Daniela run? Hold up. Let me do the running, man. Where they at? We asked Hashar for 3 hours. This man right here, where is the decree? He can't answer because what he does is he'll talk fast. No information. Garfield Dagger Squad, Rob on Dagger Squad. Got my man from Mossy Clan. We don't play that. We deal with sources. Daniela, you want to
know every decree?
No. Do I know every decree?
That's why you give the specific. That's why you give the specific decree, which he did not give. So it is what it is. It is what it is. We ask for the specific decree. We don't have to know all of them. That's why we get to the specific one. And they ask that brother time and time again, and the brother gets the Hebrew shuffle up in here. But it's all up to the Hebrew family. We here to do it. Brother, but you already know that he's outside anyway.
They don't want to understand because the Lord really. If you want
just because hold up, listen. So it's my man. Garfield is my man. You know you my man. You already know you my man, man. Right. We ain't no hate here.
I know that. We know
just
that.
Because he's asking what the creed is, don't mean he know what the fucking the creed is. It means he's asking because he don't fucking know what the creed is. That's the reason why he's fucking asking.
That's why we get
Okay. That Hashar, let me talk calmly. Bring it down.
Hashar!
And this is my man, by the way.
All right. Garfield's my man.
Jamaican love. But listen, we asked for a decree. He said there's a decree by the Pope to designate particularly the people who they were going to enslave.
Who said that?
That's what Hashar said. So we want to know what decree is that and when it is. Now, when we ask him about time, he started talking about if he banged a woman today or what month she got pregnant. Hashar is running. You don't BS around Garfield, man. You know that, Daniela.
Are you asking that because you're saying emphatically doesn't exist or because you don't know?
I've read all. Hold on.
Are you asking?
No.
Let's not.
No. Hold on. I'm not gonna look at you.
Look at me. Garfield, turn around. Look at me. Garfield, turn around. Look at me. Are you saying Are you asking that because you are emphatically saying it doesn't exist?
It
Or
doesn't,
you don't know?
I'm saying it doesn't exist. And the reason why I said that is because I have physically read every decree. I don't remember them by name. I don't know them by heart. Like
Every single decree,
but
you know for
I have
sure.
read them. And that story does not sound familiar. That's why I asked the brother which decree it is. So if I need to go study it, I need to go revise and read it again. So now Hashar, no, I never said that. I said that Hashar should have told us what decree it is, but instead he BS. Whenever Hashar ever run from son at his camera? Never. Come on, man. Dagger squad.
So you saying because he ran? So you saying he ran because of you?
You don't play running.
Wait a minute, you saying he ran because of you?
He ran, right? He ran. Yeah. I said it. Yeah. Daniel, you get killed right here. You better run too. You better start running too. You better start running. But we need to stop showing. Hold up. Daniel, when was the Bible introduced to us?
Hold up a second, man.
Hold up.
We're not going to sit here. We're not going to sit here.
We're going to get into it because you won't get your head chopped off. Let's go.
Hold up a second, man.
All right.
Damn, I was a beast back then. Damn, I'm calm right now. Damn. Oh, man, Garfield was a beast. Woo-wee. Wow.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for checking out my YouTube channel today, The Study of Antiquity and the Middle Ages. I am your host, as always, Nick Barksdale, and today we are joined by a very special guest for a series on race and ethnicity in the ancient world. Dr. Rebecca Futo-Kennedy, thank you so much for coming on today.
Happy to be here.
We've covered Afrocentrism, Eurocentrism. We've talked about the Dorian invasion, and now we're going to bring up something else. Dr. Kyle Lincoln and myself both wanted to bring up a really controversial and fiercely debated historical subject and theory, and that is Black Athena. What is Black Athena, and would you mind walking us through what it is, the controversy that surrounds it, and how has it stood the test of time, so to speak, with history, archaeology, so on and so forth?
So Black Athena was a book put out, well, now it's like 4 volumes now, but the original book came out, I think in 89. I was in high school and just sort of moving, I have it on my desk here somewhere, moving to college, sort of when volume 2 came out or something. But Martin Bernal, who was a sinologist, a Chinese expert at Cornell, put this book out. And basically what he was doing, and I do want to point out that Bernal he's not a person of color. People often assume, but he's actually a white guy putting out these theories, in part putting out these theories in order to overwrite 2 Black classicists who had different views of Blacks in antiquity and the way, Frank Snowden, who was sort of one of the giants of the field, who wrote the book Blacks in Antiquity and Before Color Prejudice. Bernal's book was in some ways an attempt to overwrite that scholarship. So white guy at Cornell overwriting the work of a Black scholar at Howard and another Black scholar in South Africa who wrote Romans and Blacks. And so he put this book out where he basically proposed that there were different models, 2 different models for approaches to the ancient world. And one of them he called the ancient model, and the other one he called the Aryan model. The Aryan model is the one that he argued was actually was a white supremacist construct for the field. He was not wrong about that. So this Aryan model, actually the Dorian invasion is sort of tied up and bound into that, was his assessment of the contemporary state of like the last 200 years of the discipline of classics and ancient history. And that basically reconstructed the ancient Greek world as a Northern European satellite, basically. Not just a foundation, but actually was an inherently white culture. But the Aryan, it's called the Aryan model because it's where the Dorian / often referred to as the Aryan invasion sort of was centered. This, again, as I mentioned, he does the analysis on this that shows that this was built out of the sort of the development of the field of Indo-European linguistics, and then got tied into these racial discourses of scientific racism and nationalism in particular, German nationalism specifically. There's a really great book called Down from Olympus by Susan Marchand that talks about the sort of connection between ancient Greece and German nationalism in the up until the 1970s, but starting back in the sort of late 18th century, early 19th century. So those are sort of clear connections. And so he puts that model together, and then he composes what he calls the ancient model, which he says sits in opposition to that, which is the ancient view that they derived their culture predominantly from Egypt, and that was a black Egyptian culture was a black culture. I don't want to say that he was claiming it was an African culture, because it is obviously an African culture. Anyone who says that ancient Egypt is not an African civilization is full of crap, and they need to relearn where the continents are. What they really mean and what they're really attempting to dispute is whether it is a black African culture. And so Bernal argues, and he has lots of ancient evidence to show, particularly Herodotus, who's all over the map, that the Greeks took their civilization from Egypt. The Greeks openly acknowledge that they borrowed a lot of stuff from Egypt. They also openly acknowledge that they borrow a bunch of stuff from the Far East or from the Near East, or West Asia, we should probably call it. That's never been disputed by our ancient sources. It was only this modern Germanic or Aryan model that sort of erased that and turned it into a genius sort of miracle, the Greek miracle, right? We want to talk about the Greek miracle, is the Greek miracle that it emerged out of nothing instead of out of the stew of the ancient Mediterranean. So Bernal's theory he wants to propose is a revised, what he calls the revised ancient model, where he sort of argues that this Greek miracle model is invalid and the ancient model is more valid, but he wants to propose a sort of slightly different alteration. His linguistics that he uses are all sorts of screwed up, and so you can't actually rely on any of that. I don't think that his revised model really functions well, but it caused quite a stir in the academic world, in part because the literature scholars, who are the ones like the straight up classical philologists, like Mary Lefkowitz is sort of the person who gets represented as the voice of the anti-Black Athena group, very much were invested in this idea of the Greek miracle and the uniqueness of Greek civilization and its non-Africanness. And so they put out a bunch of what really is sort of scathing attacks on Bernal that often were as groundless as some of Bernal's own material. Archaeologists, on the other hand, were very split and divided, because especially if you're a Bronze Age archaeologist, you cannot deny the influence of Egypt and the Near East and just all of North Africa in general on the Greek world. And I think people often forget that there were Greeks on 3 continents in the ancient world, and there's a constant interplay between these cultures. So there was a big divide between the classical philologists, who had privileged this canon of literary works and had built their institutional prestige and privilege in the academic world on the uniqueness of this culture and its position as the root of so-called Western civilization. They could not accept Bernal's critique of their approach to the ancient world, which was, he said, you guys are all functioning as white. They were like, of course we're not white supremacists, we're Jewish. Where the Jews and where Jewish and Black communities divided in the civil rights movement, and sort of how that happened and how they became opposed instead of united as they should have been in the face of racism that both groups share, right? Because almost all these alt-right neo-Nazi groups, their anti-Semitism is core, as is anti-Blackness, as is anti-immigrant, etc. Right? But somehow a wedge was created. And so in the academy, part of this came from institutional power and the investment in ancient Greece as a way to leverage institutional prestige and power. So Bernal wasn't wrong on that part, but in terms of the archaeology, does he stand up? Parts of his model still stand up, but parts of his model stand up only because archaeologists had been doing that work already for decades. And so Black Athena drops not only into a debate between anti-Blackness and whiteness, but also dropped into a very long-standing debate in the discipline itself between archaeologists and philologists. which is the more valid part of the field, the literary studies or the archaeological studies, when both are equally problematic and equally valuable in different ways. So Black Athena sort of fell into that by proposing an idea that wasn't new to any Bronze Age archaeologist, and also was not. So interesting story. My spouse, when he was in graduate school, he was an undergraduate also, or no, he was in grad school, I think he said, when he discovered this book, Black Athena, on the shelf and decided to read it. And he went to his advisor and said, there's some really interesting stuff in this about the history of the discipline. Can we talk about this? And he said, well, everybody knows we're racist. Everybody knows the field is racist. As if Bernal hadn't actually said anything new. There was just a core group of people who refused to openly acknowledge it. So it's like, was Bernal really doing anything new? No, what actually was new was that he skirted the academic process. He was an outsider, and he published it on a university press, but he promoted it on Afrocentric radio programs and on popular forums. That's what he did that was new. He took what had been a sort of debate that was outstanding, and he moved it into the public forum. But we see lots of responses to it, like Bernard Knox's The Oldest White Dead European Males, right? So his lecture, which was explicitly a rejection of Afrocentric theory, which is actually a misrepresentation of Bernal's theory. So I have a lot of problems with Knox because he fundamentally misrepresents the ancient world as a he misrepresents Greeks as a homogeneous population, which I think is like, it shows that he didn't actually understand the history. He only read some really cool, great books. So the literature versus the historians and the archaeologists is really the sort of core of that debate. I would actually recommend a book by a guy named Jacques Berliner-Blau. And the book is called Heresy in the University. And it is on the Black Athena debate. And it is the best. It's like only like 150 pages or 175 pages. And it's just very clearly and concisely written, where he sums up the whole controversy, shows both the flaws with Bernal's theory, shows the flaws with the sort of response to the theory, and the splits and divides within classics, because it wasn't something that just impacted the field of classics. It also had heavy influence in terms of thinking about things like how classics was perceived by Black studies programs and English departments and anthropology programs. Like anthropology had like long ago moved on from a lot of these races. They have been sort of so much better about moving forward from some of these racist models and in their own racist roots in scientific racism than classics has. And so, but it actually really impacted the perception of classics as completely out of touch and as white supremacist by a lot of the other our colleague disciplines. Not the economists and the political scientists and philosophy, because they were like, "Oh, you guys are totally right. We're Plato is the greatest."
Pretty interesting stuff. I remember the book that she mentioned about the heresies, talking about both sides, is the book that I used when I was responding to Shaka Amos when he talked about the slavery in Egypt and all that stuff. That's what I used. He thought I used Mary Lefkowitz, which scholarship is scholarship anyway, but that's what he thought. But anyway, here's a beautiful discussion about the Olmec civilization and how academia moved, because remember, academia respected Ivan van Sertima to the point where his stuff was being taught in universities. So now that they decided that, hey, they are not Africans, they're actually indigenous Native Americans, then everybody is mad. But when academia accepts you, you're glad. But when they remove you, you're mad. It's craziness. Again, science is about the evidence and where it leads you. It's not about what you think or what you like, not lookership. Also, with the first video, we got to go back to that. When he talked about the image of how the guy looked, if they're trying to tell us something, that's some lookership right there. I ain't hear nobody complain about the lookership. Only when it helps them, people complain about it.
Ladies and gentlemen, for this controversial topic today, I wanted someone who really specialized in the ancient Americas on YouTube. And who better to do that than none other than Pete from Ancient Americas. Pete, thank you so much for coming on the show today.
Thank you. Pleasure to be here.
For those in my audience who may not be familiar with who you are and the awesome work that you do, would you tell us a little bit about yourself?
So I run the Ancient Americas channel on YouTube. It's a channel that basically discusses the pre-Columbian history of North and South America. Basically anything 1492, we cover it. It can be civilizations, it can be technology, it can be mythology. It's all fair game.
Before we begin this episode, at the very beginning, I want to encourage you, my subscribers, if you are not subscribed to Ancient Americas already, check out the links in the video description below. It's going to take you to his channel and all of the awesome work he is doing to not just make history matter in general, but specifically the Ancient Americas. It's honestly a subject that does not get the attention that it deserves. And luckily for us, Pete is making strides to ensure that ancient American history matters. And because of that, because ancient America matters, because Native American history and the indigenous peoples and cultures throughout the Americas matter and have a right to ensure their history continues on as history rather than being appropriated by foreigners entirely, we wanted to make this episode that touches on a very controversial topic that's becoming even more mainstream today. And that is the question as to whether or not Olmec civilization is an African civilization. When you think of the Olmecs, who do you envision?
When I envision the Olmec, I see.
Now, I'm going to do this, right? I want to invite people on, so after each point, I could pause the video and we could talk about it. Look at this guy right here in the chat. This is why I know that we as people, I don't care where you're from. You could be from Africa, you could be from Israel, you could be from Cuba. I'm going to show you how people think. Look at what my brother says right here. Look at what my brother says. He said, the blackologist part of me just can't trust these people. Who is these people you're talking about? Who are these people? Are you talking about white people, Jews? Who are you talking about? Then he says, I'd rather do my own research respectfully. Okay, show us what you have done before. Are you an archaeologist? Do you have somebody who could fund you to go and look at the items and look at the archaeology and all that stuff? No, what this guy does, Ancient Americas, is report what the archaeologist says. But I want you to listen to him. So you know what, Mike Shabazz? Come on the panel. I'm going to put the link in the chat. And what you could do, brother, is you could just do your thing. Come on and let us know what you have done so that we could respect you as a... What does Dr. Ben have to do with Ancient America's archaeology? Where's his work? Come on down. You see, we could talk in the peanut gallery, but when it's time to come on and have an intellectual conversation, you can't do it. You're going to hide in the bushes. Come on, let's go. Come on. Bring it on. I'm going to put the link in the chat. I'm going to pin it in a second, but let's listen to the conversation.
Civilization. When you think of the Olmecs, who do you envision?
When I envision the Olmec, I see people of the Gulf Coast of Mexico. I kind of see them as visionaries, people who started out as, just simple maize and corn farmers who slowly over time must have realized the incredible potential that their culture and power had. I mean, from there, it's like they just turn up the volume to 11. There are so many aspects of Mesoamerican culture that we first see clear evidence of among the Olmec, like, the ball game, writing, art. This is a civilization of kings, astronomers, artists, and engineers who left a gigantic impact on the area.
Let's talk mainstream. When it comes to the great multitude of scholars around the world who specialize in Mesoamerican civilization, studies relating to the Olmecs, from archaeologists to historians and beyond, what is the general consensus as to the origins of the Olmecs?
The overwhelming consensus, and I don't use that term lightly, is that the Olmec are a culture of indigenous descent from the Gulf Coast region of Mexico. There's a body of evidence, including numerous genetic studies, that show that the Olmec are indigenous and not something else. There hasn't been a genetic study that shows ancient African genetic heritage among the indigenous people.
As a disclaimer to my audience, I want to make one thing certain. We are not bashing Afrocentrism. As a whole, I think Afrocentrism is a positive movement in the world of historical studies. If you look up the basic definitions of Afrocentrism, you can see that it is a response to Eurocentrism, which was a variety of narratives that dominated historiography and other sciences. It was a necessary response to make African history matter. I respect African history. Some of the first cultures in human history developed in Africa.
So my brother said, I'm listening. I'm not even trying to bully you, my brother. But you said that you're going to do your own research. But if you're going to do your own research, who are the people's information you're going to use? You said earlier, I don't trust those people, the blackology in me. But the people that you're going to get information is the same people that you're complaining about. That is the point that I'm making. So who do we decide to follow? Do we follow a black person because they talk what you want to hear? Or do you follow someone who's actually done the research? You see, I don't trust people in general because everybody has their own motives. This is why I talk about everybody equally. Egyptomaniacs, the Hebrew Israelites, the Christians, the agnostic, the atheists, the crazies, the non-crazies, the flat earthers, they're all in one bag. ADOS, FBA, they're all in one bag. Because some of them are some nuts. Not all of them, some of them are nuts. So I'm presenting this, and I'm glad this guy's white. I'm glad, because if he's wrong, we could condemn him. Not because he's white, but because he's simply wrong. Simply wrong. Winston, what do you want to talk about, and what you heard so far you want to talk about, beloved?
Very interested in everything that you've been doing recently.
Yes,
I want to applaud you.
Yes, sir.
Some of the backlash and everything else going back and forth is because everybody who's new to the subject don't remember some of the arguments all the way back to the blog talk. Some of the stuff is settled. Some of the stuff is already said what it is. Ankh is right. It's an African population. With the stuff you're bringing up, it's already been debunked. You know. So this way it is. Love your show, man. Very much.
No doubt.
You've been doing for the community, the work in the diaspora, Caribbean, and abroad.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Definitely.
And the Amin Ra squad from them times, since I was in the military, it's damn near 15 years now. Appreciate you again. Love you, my boy. Respect.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'm listening. So that was a quick cut.
Yeah, man, definitely. I appreciate it, brother. Anybody else want to jump on? Now, look at the information the brother says. Follow information. I don't follow nobody. So if you don't follow nobody, you're not in a gang. I never said because he's white, but you said first because of your blackology. You can't trust them. So how is it now you're saying because he's white? You never said because he's white. You are saying that. You said because of your blackology, you can't trust it. So now you're saying because he's white, you never said that because he's white. You are saying that. So why would you mention blackology? And I'm not even trying to bully you. Let me take you off the screen because I don't want nobody to feel like I'm trying to bully you. Shout out to Melanated Goddess in the building. And shout out to you, Sister Queen. Arcadia, usual, my people, Stupies, Cartesici, Goodson. Now, let's look at this. Everybody, I can't force anybody. There's people in here, you watch every YouTube channel. And you want to get the argument from everybody. I can't trust anything on Facebook, not even me. Mike Shabazz, I agree with you. This is why I said after every point, I would love for people to come on and discuss it and see where they're wrong, because I want people to understand it. I'm not playing this because I don't like Ivan Van Sertima or I think that black guy was trying to trick us. In fact, I think Ivan Van Sertima is probably the best researcher out of all of the elders. I'm not even joking. I think he was the best. But the thing is, remember, his book had 19 editions. When a book got 19 editions, remember he first said it was 1200 BC, then he changed to 600 BC, they made the travel over. You remember he made all these changes to his theory to try to fit what he thought it was originally, and he never hit it right. He never. Winters, I'm not even going to talk about Clyde Winters. What's up, Cedric? What's on your mind, bro?
Peace, brother Garfield. How you doing? Before the whole debate start to get intense, I just want to establish some clarity for myself in terms of when we over here talk about black, what do we actually mean? And I'm going to give you an example. I can identify the difference between us, West Africans, East African, Northern African, or South African, right? I can make distinctions. There are certain places in Africa that has a very heavy Arab influence. If you look at Algeria, for example, Zinedine Zidane is from Algeria. He's a black man. He's an African. He plays for France. You would watch him and not, you can see that there's some admixture there, but he's on the lighter side. But when we say Ethiopian, for example, I identify an Ethiopian as just as black as me, but not the same as me. Maybe it's my crazy. So when I say, well, some of them Egyptians who are black, I do not mean my phenotype. I see them as a Nipsey Hussle, as the last Ethiopian beauty queen, a very light-skinned African. I see maybe some of them look like Sade, the singer. And these are all people I consider black. So maybe it's my paradigm that is wrong, that only West Africans are black, or I am correct when I assume that all these different phenotypes that are represented on the African continent, I can look at them and say they're black. I see Abba and Preach, a Haitian and an Ethiopian, both identify themselves as black. So that is where my confusion in the whole is Egyptian, body Egyptian black lies, right? And maybe I am completely wrong for the position that I have. And that's why I just asked that question up front to get some clarity. Can we consider people from Chad, people from the Horn of Africa, can we call them black?
Hey, for those who just tuned in, by the way, the debate between me and Jabari is back on, just to let everybody know. All right, the debate between me and Jabari is back on. We're gonna have to pick a date, and we're gonna see where it goes from there. All right. All right, let me say this to the brother that said from Kinetic Energy, I think you're from the UK, if I'm not correct. We don't agree on a lot. You said Kash Ibn Said Ibn Aswad was in America before Columbus. Now, what I'm going to do, family, I am going to look up this guy. This is what he said, Cedric, because your mic's still open, Cedric. You could chime in. He said Robin Walker said this. Robin Walker said Kabash Ibn Said Ibn Aswad was in America before Columbus. All right. Now, Robin Walker is respected.
Garfield, you fade away.
Your feed gone.
Big up Cedric. Big up to Cedric. The first one to get kicked off the ship. I have a new nickname for you. I research it. It's a great nickname. It He who pulled the branch of a tree, or troublemaker. In the Zulu language, it is Rolly Lala. If you look up that nickname,
Rolly
Rolly
Lala.
Lala. Rolly Lala.
Rolly Lala.
Yes. Troublemaker.
I just bring a healthy balance to the conversation, Stupid. You know why? Because I don't have a dog in the fight. I literally, honestly don't have a dog in the fight.
No,
And I'm
but you
just
own the
about
bone.
correct information. My
You own
whole
the bone.
paradigm is I want to know as much correct information as it is. And I focus a lot on the arguments that people bring to the table. So now, like this gentleman say or Robin something said so. And then my automatic is, okay, I don't care what he said. How does he establish that? He needs to show me that there's that this person had the ability and the vessels to make a transatlantic crossing. That's the first place. He would have to show me the archaeology where these ships were built. This is the prerequisite information that is required. So without being able to present me with that basic information, we don't have no conversation to have either. Like I just
here he is on the screen, right? This is from Wikipedia, by the way, right? Now, I'm sorry to cut you. Now, he was a Moorish navigator from Islamic Iberia. According to Muslim historian Abu al-Hassan, this is from like the 9th century to the 10th century, sailed over the Atlantic Ocean and discovered a previously unknown land, whatever that is, Ard Majula. In his book, The Meadows of Gold, al-Masudi writes that Ibn Said from Delba sailed into the Atlantic Ocean in 889 and returned with a shipload of valuable treasures. In the ocean of fogs, the Atlantic, there are many curiosities which we have mentioned in detail in our Akbar on the basis of what we saw there. Adventurers who penetrated it on the risk of their life, some returning safely, others perishing in the attempt. Thus, a certain inhabitant of Cordoba, Carcache by name, assembled a group of young men. His co-citizen went on a voyage on this ocean. After a long time, he returned with booty. Every Spaniard know this history. The same passage is in Aloy Springer's 1841 translation, interpreted by some authors to imply that Ali Masud regarded the story of Carcache to be a fanciful tale. All right.
Garfield,
No,
where did he sail from?
Hold on a second. Let me just read the whole thing. Some people consider this sea as the origin of all others. There are some wonderful stories related respecting it, for which we refer the reader to our book, the Akbar ez Zaman. There he will find an account of those crews who have risked their lives in navigating the sea, and who of them have escaped and who have been shipwrecked. Also what they have encountered and seen. Such an adventurer was a Moor of Spain of the name of Kashkash. He was a young man of Cordoba. Having assembled some young men, they went on board a vessel which they had ready on the ocean, and nobody knew for a long time what had become of them. At length they came back loaded with rich booty. Their history is well known among the people of Al-Andalus. Now, I don't see anything here that says they've been to but what I'm going to do is I'm not going to end the conversation here and say it's foolishness. I'm going to click on the other article, the Pre-Columbian Transoceanic Theories. And I think, where is it at? Let me see. Transatlantic travel from the New World to the old, Old World. No, I don't think it's here. But I don't know. Claims of African contact. Let's take a look at this one. So you have the Olmecs. You have the doing Abu Bakr. There's pretty much nothing here regarding that. Okay, here we go right here. Claims of Arab contact. According to Muslim, this passage had been alternatively interpreted to imply that Al-Masud regarded the story of Carcache to be a fanciful tale. All right, so they kind of throwing it out, but I do want to say we're gonna look some more into it. I'm not gonna shut it down.
Garfield, can I ask you two common sense questions before you move on?
Yes, sir.
Two common sense questions. Envision at the world in your head. and look at Africa and look at the Mediterranean. If they're Arabs, they must have sailed through the Mediterranean, right? The entrance outside of the Mediterranean lies between Portugal and that it is not Libya. I soon tell you the country, right? If they sail straight across that, they will encounter the Caribbean first. Right? Just as how Christopher Columbus, when he sailed across and found the trade winds took him to the Caribbean first. It did not take him to South America. It did not take him to Central America. Because to go to Central America, you have to go through the Caribbean first. There's those chain of islands called the Antilles, which almost form a gate at the entrance of the Caribbean Sea. Am I lying, Cedric? Those chain of islands.
From the time you come on the coast of the Atlantic, you hit St. Bart's and then you hit St. Martin. But if you're lucky, you hit St. Kitts. You hit St. Kitts. Those are the first islands you're going to hit, and the shortest route of the coast of Portugal. There, you're coming straight to the Caribbean.
So if you're coming across the trade wind, you have to hit those islands first before you even see the Americas.
That's how hurricanes move.
That's how hurricanes move, through the trade winds. Now, where are the evidence of these Africans in those Caribbean islands? Where are the evidence in the Caribbean, in Puerto Rico, in Jamaica, in St. Martin, in St. Vincent, in St. Kitts? Where are those evidence? Are you saying that they came out of the Med and sailed south and then hit Brazil and then move from Brazil up into Mexico? Because look at the map. Look at a map. If you're coming out of the Mediterranean, if they're Arabs, they have to come out of the Mediterranean or they have to sail around Africa, which in any good weather, that's a 6 to 8 month journey from Arabia to sail around the tip of Africa. And that weather down there is not the nicest weather for any ordinary ships. Right? So that is why Columbus was looking at better route. That is why the Portuguese were looking at better route than trying to sail around Africa. That's why they were willing to risk going from east to west. Right? Yeah. Because it was a dangerous route.
Round down home, between the Cape of Africa and Antarctica, that water there is treacherous all year round.
Right? So the question I'm asking now, where did the Arabs sail from? He had to sail from out of the Mediterranean. Everybody bring up a map. Because stupids talk plenty, But stupids use common sense. No, if he sails out of the mouth of the Mediterranean, he's coming straight across the Atlantic. He's following the hurricanes.
Next question, stupids behind that. Okay, now show me shipbuilding capacity anywhere along that Mediterranean Sea straight into Arabia. Show me.
Right.
Let me go back to the video and play for 5 minutes and then we'll come right back. All right? Hold on. Let me just play this video for 5 more minutes and then we'll come right back.
Some of the greatest cultures we are just now studying, just now discovering, developed in Africa. Africa has a history that is truly amazing. And to be honest, let's all admit it, it doesn't get the attention it deserves, especially in high schools, at the lower educational levels. And so, I want to make one thing clear. This is not attacking Afrocentrism. People who love African history, who want it to matter as much as European history. There is nothing wrong with that. I applaud you. What we are going to talk about is a minority within Afrocentrism who takes things to the extreme, just like there are people who study European history who take things to the extremes. And I'm not going to let a small group reflect negatively on an entire world full of awesome individuals who just love history. And so this video is just here to set the record straight and to allow everyone to get the proper respect they deserve. And that includes the indigenous peoples and cultures of not just ancient America, but those who are with us today. With that being said, I want to now approach the very core topic of this issue, and I want to approach the speculation surrounding the origins of the Olmecs. There is no shortage of theories involving the origins of Olmec civilization and even the Olmec people. Some of these theories were so outlandish, I was surprised I had never even heard of them before. Whether or not it was them being Chinese, Jaredite, or even Nordic. However, I want to take a look at the most dominant theory out there that really pushes back against the mainstream. We see it constantly online, on the news, and even reflected in petitions. And that is the supposed African origins of Olmec civilization. And so, Pete, would you walk us through what is this theory?
So before I describe this, I do want to throw out a bit of a disclaimer, which is that there are different versions of this theory that you may hear of. What I'm describing is kind of the original core idea. Now, that being said, this theory actually begins in Nubia, which is in the modern day south of Egypt or northern Sudan. In the 8th century BCE, a Nubian king, Pa, conquered the kingdom of Egypt and declared himself the pharaoh and set up a brand new Nubian dynasty. It's what history refers to as the 25th dynasty. If you want to read up more about it, I highly recommend it. It's a very fascinating period of Egyptian history. But what's key here, for those who may not be aware, is that the Nubians were and still are Black Africans. Thus, after Nubian control solidified, so the theory goes, a voyage crewed by Nubians, Egyptians, Phoenicians set sail around North Africa to West Africa. Now, off the West African coast, the equatorial currents move from east to west, and they can take you from Africa to the American coast. So according to this theory, these sailors rode the current to the Americas and landed in the Mexican Gulf Coast. From there, this group of Nubians, Egyptians made contact with the local people and founded Olmec civilization, kicked it into high gear, and that they were immortalized in Olmec art and culture. The theory tries to trace many features of Mesoamerican culture to ancient African antecedents.
As a great history channel, who's...
All right, so let's talk about that for a minute.
You realize that him jumped the Caribbean? He went into the coast of Mexico. He did not mention the gateway to the Caribbean Ocean. Mexico lies in the Caribbean.
No. He's just telling you what the theory is. That's all he's doing. This is what the theory pushed forward. That ain't got nothing to do with facts. He's just telling us what the theory is. I just want to hear what everybody feel about the theory. Because that was the theory that Van Sertima came out with originally. And if I'm wrong, y'all could correct me, because I know he switched to the 12th century and then he said something about the 8th century. I don't remember which one Van Sertima said first. But you remember what he said? 8th century BC, that's when Pianki, and we know Pianki is a real king from the quote-unquote Kushite 25th dynasty. So what do y'all think about that whole theory?
That theory is garbage, because Van Sertima wasn't a sailor. If you leave the Atlantic and come into the Caribbean, you cannot miss an island. You cannot miss all the islands. It's almost like a fence into the Caribbean. Mexico lies in the Caribbean. So if they don't bring up the Caribbean, that they encountered islands in the Caribbean, he is lying. That is the truth of the thing. Facts.
Number two, at this point, understanding genetics, human migration, I know it ain't true. In the Caribbean, fortunately, we get a hardcore South American history based on European conquest. And the Europeans are then forced to explain how the civilizations worked and so. And there is no link, never have been, never will be, to anything Africa. Like it simply didn't happen that way.
All right. I don't know if Greenwich, you want to comment, or you're good for now. But if not, is there any evidence of Nubian ships and seafaring? There's evidence of Nubian ships, but not coming all over here. There's nothing. There's circumnavigating actually with Egyptians under Nico, they circumnavigated possibly to Africa, like around the continent of Africa. It's possible. Nobody knows if it's a fact, but there's some theories out there that he may have circumnavigated Africa. But I don't know about any Nubian ships or any ships coming across. But remember, he had 19 editions of the book. Do we have evidence? You have people like there's a guy from Harvard who brought all these theories, and that's what Ali Muhammad and all these people like to use, Hebrew Israelites, to talk about the ships came over and X, Y, and Z, like Solomon's ship. So the Phoenicians, and then they like to throw the Phoenicians in because they know the Phoenicians were seafarers. So anytime they want to talk about Africans coming over or Israelites or any group, they always talk about the Phoenicians because Phoenicians had ships. But let me play the next part of the video. All right, let me play another 5 minutes.
Focus is clearly in the name, Ancient Americas. I have to ask, when did you first come across this theory in your studies, and what were your initial thoughts?
So I first stumbled upon this when I was doing my own research on the Olmec. When I first read about it, it was within a much broader context of alternate theories. The African theory really isn't that unique. There are many other theories that, Chinese, Polynesians, Phoenicians, Vikings, like you mentioned earlier, were the founders of Olmec civilization. Now, among those, the African theory is kind of what's had staying power. But what's really interesting is that these theories basically all work the same way. And that is that they basically latch onto some aspect of Olmec culture or art or architecture, and they find similarities within another culture. And as long as that culture has, a maritime tradition, they're able to, sail across the ocean at some point in history. Then the theory goes that culture sailed to America and started Olmec civilization. In my own opinion, I mean, this is very superficial and circumstantial evidence. It doesn't really carry a lot of weight. It's basically just based on coincidences and similarities that you could find all over the world.
When did this theory first pop up, and when did it really take root among certain French historians and archaeologists?
I'm not actually sure where this theory started precisely. Like I said earlier, many people at one time or another have proposed that Native Americans were some lost people of the old world. And I'm sure, somebody far back probably has a theory that, Egyptians colonized the Americas. The first big name that's associated with this is Thor Heyerdahl. For those who don't know who Thor Heyerdahl is, he was a famous, archaeologist and explorer back in the 50s and 60s and 70s, who did a lot of reconstructive archaeology, a lot of reconstructive experiments to support, some grand theories that he had. He proposed that Egyptians migrated to the Americas and showed the indigenous people basically how to build pyramids. He even built an Egyptian-style ship and sailed across the Atlantic with it to prove that it was possible and that it could be done.
This civilization known as Olmec was to touch all other civilizations in America, the Maya, the Toltec, the Aztec, etc. It was even to stretch right out into South America. What is very unusual about this civilization was that not only was it the mother of American civilizations, but it contained elements that were not just native to America, but was a fusion between the Native American and people coming from outside. The most significant of those outsiders were the Africans.
But the theory, as it's more or less presented today, really got started when an African studies scholar named Dr. Ivan van Sertima wrote a book in 1976, which is this book right here. It's been sitting on my bookshelf. In that book, van Sertima made the case that Africans made pre-Columbian contact with the Americas repeatedly, not just during the Olmec period, but in other periods of African history as well. And his biggest claim in the book, though, was that Olmec civilization was African, and that Africans played a pivotal role within the origin of Mesoamerican culture. In some ways, that book is a product of its time.
All right. I'm gonna pause it right there. Let's talk about that a little bit now, because now he brought my boy in there. One of the great. I think he's one of the greatest out of all of them. Dr. Ben, he's a real doctor, by the way. Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark. This guy is a very intelligent guy. He's not the ordinary pseudos. You could say, oh, he's pseudo. Nope. He's very good. He's a very good researcher. And the guy was going to get into the product of his time. You know what? Let me play that part before we even talk. Hold on a second.
Mesoamerican culture. In some ways, that book is a product of its time. If you go back to the mid 20th century, diffusionism was all the rage back then. Now, for those that don't know, cultural diffusion is kind of the idea that cultures diffuse and absorb different ideas from each other. And like, that is true. Many neighboring cultures do share aspects of culture, art, and technology with each other. Nobody's going to deny that. But back then, diffusionism was seen as a way to explain similarities across very far-flung cultures. So if you saw pyramids on one side of the world and you saw pyramids on the other, certain scholars like Thor Heyerdahl and Dr. Ivan van Sertima would try to make a case that there was a relationship there, that basically one culture diffused, this architecture, this technology to another civilization. Nowadays, those don't enjoy as much attention as they used to. Since then, there's been a lot more archaeology, a lot more study that's kind of discredited a lot of those grander theories. And like I said, the book is very much a product of that time when grand theories of diffusion were all the rage. Now, when Van Sertima's book first dropped in 1976, it wasn't taken very seriously by Mesoamerican scholars, and it was kind of dismissed. There really wasn't a lot of attention that was given to it. As far as I know, no major academic publication ever reviewed it, at least, none that were like Mesoamerican focused. And in hindsight, I think that was a mistake because it really delayed the dialogue between those viewpoints. It's not really until the 90s that academia seriously started confronting Dr. Van Sertima's theory. But by then, those theories had already found very fertile soil and had put down very deep roots within Afrocentrism. Even today, it's still taught in certain schools. It still gets taught in museums. In a lot of ways, that attention to it kind of came too late. And now I think a lot of academics, a lot of scholars are kind of trying to play catch up to the gains that it's made.
Let's shift the focus.
All right. So Cedric, let's talk about that. It seems like academia ignored it. It planted a root in the Afrocentrism. So everybody took it like, they're probably running around saying, oh, you see, that they can't even debunk what I'm saying. They can't debunk what I'm saying, so that means I must be right. I could just imagine what he was saying in the 70s or the 80s. Say, you see, academia ignoring this. Why are you ignoring the works of Van Sertima? Because they thought it was, nothing to pay attention to. So in the 90s now, when after 14 years of being researched and all of that, these guys come out, now they call them racist because they're coming out against it. Because what? You don't want us to teach that these people are Africans. You're racist. So now they're in a catch-22 position. What do you think about this whole scenario?
You see, because scholarship didn't deal with it, there was no information to counter it. So when the blackologists pick it up and start running with it, right, it started to live a life of its own. And now academia is starting to see this thing pop up in the mainstream, and now they feel the necessity to refute it. Now, though, you put yourself as academia in a catch-22, because again, the blackologists gonna call you racist because now that it is being absorbed and people starting to buy into it, now you're coming with all the counter claims, right? But again, just based on new information alone, just based on how we understand the genetic migration and how they come down and the genetic mapping we do of people, we can understand when the African genetics start to show up in the Americas. We can correlate that directly to the Atlantic slave trade to move a mass amount of people across the Atlantic. You needed technology to develop to a certain point, and we don't have the archaeological evidence for these type of things. We simply don't.
Hey, Tehudi Maya just said a very important comment that people forget. Remember, Van Sertima kept stressing it was an hypothesis. So he's stressing it's a hypothesis, but folks is repeating it like it's a fact. And that's another thing. This is a hypothesis, just like Black Athena. Black Athena, the dude is telling us in part 2, like, yo, this is my hypothesis. If you want to counter it, you counter it. But Van Sertima have 19 editions. Remember, he came out first and said the Nubians did it. Then he came out and said, no, I meant 12th century. He moved it back to 12th century BC and said, hey, this is when it happened during this time period. So a lot of the things that we're hearing and what we're teaching is based off an hypothesis that he's putting forward. Because when you look, remember, lookership was a thing, though. We can't deny that, Cedric. Lookership was the number one thing. They look Africans. Look African. And room for the bait. Yeah. You're right. Wiener was the guy that Schomburg brought to us. You know what I'm saying? But I do want to be fair to Van Sertima and what the other guy said. At this time, you have to look at the environment that they're in. So you have Leo Wiener, who is talking about, oh, the Africans came here and all that stuff too. He get introduced to us by Schomburg, who is the great guy that deals with the library and collecting all these African works. And him come to know to Van Sertima with this information. And then you had the other guy, Theo, whatever, this white guy. So they're saying, yo, it's us. And Van Sertima never said the Olmecs were African. Was first with the theory. I don't know about that part. Room for debate. I think he did say they were African, but it's a theory. So why, if they weren't oh yes, you know what? He is right. He never said the Olmecs were African. He said the Africans influenced them. That's what Van Sertima said. So yes, room for debate. I stand corrected. I could be wrong. I've read his book in years. But hold on there 1 second. All right. Let me see what else I want to say. Let me go back to the video and deal with this stuff. Here comes this guy again. All right. So good point, room for debate. Thanks for the correction. You see that? I'm not perfect. Look at that. All right, hold on a second.
From the proponents of self and focus on the claims made that supposedly support this theory. And so, let's talk writing systems. Some people have claimed that the Mesoamerican writing systems are related to specific scripts in Africa, and in some cases, even in Europe. And so, what do you have to say that counters this?
You'll find a lot of claims where people will point out that there are similarities between, for example, Egyptian hieroglyphs and, later Maya hieroglyphs as well, and that both of those scripts are both logosyllabic scripts. The truth is that logosyllabic scripts are, not uncommon in the world. They certainly pop up in a lot of places. And when you have scripts like that, they have a lot of characters. They'll often have, hundreds of characters, sometimes even thousands. When you have that many characters, you're bound to find similarities. You're bound to find coincidences. And I think in a lot of those cases, that's what's going on. Now, the earliest example of Olmec writing is the Cascahel block, which was only discovered in the last 20 years in the Olmec heartland. And it contains a previously unknown script. Now, I should say there is some debate as to whether that's actual writing, but the general consensus among Mesoamerican scholars is that it is a writing script. I'm personally a bit skeptical of this, but if it is writing, it's very old. It definitely predates the theorized African contact. and shows that Olmec writing was an independent invention. It wasn't borrowed by anyone else. And realistically, a lot of times when you have, writing in stone, there's typically lots of other writing on perishable materials, like wood, bark, paper, that just doesn't survive. And it may be the case there that very little of a large corpus has survived. Again, that's just speculation, though.
I want to shift focus now and talk about a subject that is quite controversial, and that is osteology and its role in archaeology. Claims have been made that there is osteological evidence that the Olmecs were of African origin. And so I have to ask, what are the problems surrounding this claim?
That's a very good question. For those who don't know, osteology is basically just refers to the studies of bones, skeletons, and in this field, scientists basically will, measure the shape and the features of skulls and compare them with other populations to try to determine, what race, what ethnicity that skeleton is. Claim has been made that there are African skeletons in North and South America that, predate Columbian contact. Now, those claims sound a lot grander than they actually are, and you need to take them with a big grain of salt. So back in the day, in the 20th century, especially the early 20th century, I mean, these skeletal measurements were all the rage. And, Van Sertima loves to bring them up in his book that, lots of, Negroid skeletons have been found in, South America and North America. But experts are a lot more cautious now about classifying a skeleton as a specific race. If you ever see forensic scientists analyze a skeleton nowadays, they're never going to say, like, this is a Caucasian skeleton, this is a Asian skeleton. Instead, they're going to say, this skeleton is statistically similar to skeletons of this, race or ethnicity or what have you. They're much more aware that, that those comparisons only go so far and that exceptions are common. If you want an example of this where, this has kind of gone awry, I would suggest looking up the Kennewick Man. Just as some background, Kennewick Man is a famous skeleton that was discovered in Washington back in the 90s. It's 8,000 or 9,000 years old. It's one of the oldest skeletons that we have of someone in the Americas. And when scientists first analyzed the bones of Kennewick Man and they, measured up his skull, did a facial reconstruction, he had several Caucasian features, and predictably, this caused a lot of controversy. And a lot of white supremacists, white nationalists, really took this and ran with it, that, there were white people in the Americas and that, they built mounds and did all this cool stuff. I mean, really nasty stuff. Now, eventually, permission was granted to do genetic studies on those bones. Well, I shouldn't say permission was granted. The scientists won the right in court to do genetic studies on the bones, and that's like a whole nother topic. But what those genetic tests showed was that this man who had, several Caucasian features was undoubtedly Native American. I mean, the genetics just showed without a doubt he was an indigenous male, and it kind of showcases the limits of what skeletal reconstructions can tell us. Skeletons, like, skin color, physical traits, they change over time. When we make these comparisons, we're making them with modern populations. We don't have this database of skeletons from antiquity that we positively problematic. They also have a very racist history. In the late 19th, early 20th century, you'd have a lot of white scientists go into, the Americas, go into Africa, dig up bodies, measure the bones, and declare, oh, these people were Caucasian and they were civilized and great, and dig up other bodies and say, oh, these were, African, or these were Indian and they were barbaric savages who didn't do anything. So these kind of studies have a checkered history, and I don't want to imply that there isn't a utility to them, but we just have to be cautious about how we interpret them.
And now I want to talk.
All right, come on in, Stu Peas and Cedric. What y'all got to say about them comments? Because I know back in the days, like 1900s, they used to have measuring of skulls, and they don't do that type of stuff anymore. So that they've moved on from. But they did find some Olmec DNA though on the woman's side, small sample size, like three samples. That can't really determine whatever, but they do know what they did get the results for it and so forth. But what do you guys feel about what he just spoke about
though? These are the arguments, the same kind of arguments we be having over on the side of who the Egyptians are and how they look. After 3,000 years, it's impossible to determine a phenotype, and over time, your physical characteristics change. And that is indeed outdated craniology, which was being used to establish exactly what this gentleman was saying. A lot of the pushback what we have in this whole Kemet debate is related around this exact subject what the gentleman just addressed. Again, up until a couple years ago, if you asked me where Egypt was, I would have tell you next to Saudi Arabia or somewhere over there, because the perception was always created that Egypt had nothing to do with the African continent. So I fully concur with what he just said, and I can see how it led to the extremes that we're dealing with over here right now, what we're trying to push back against.
Stupid.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. We can't overlook the technology required to traverse oceans at that time. It's almost like going to the moon, right? Because how you store fresh water without it getting contaminated by salt water? What you do when there's no wind, when days upon a trip across. Remember, let's put it this way: a trip when shipbuilding was good to conquer worlds, meaning that during the transatlantic slave trade took from anywhere from 4 to 6 months, and those ships had multiple sails and multiple sailors. It wasn't accidental. How long did that trip take to traverse 1,000 years earlier? They didn't have ship like that, because ship like that would have left back traces. How were they securing the ship together? Were they using nails or were they using twines? 12 months at sea with twines? Do you understand how corrosive salt water is?
Yeah, the amount of tar you need to seal the ship, the wood, just the dockyard alone would have left pretty much the ships would be built the same places today as they were built back then. The dockyards wouldn't have moved. Where did they get that amount of wood from? Again, the technology required to do these type of endeavors, and we forget the amount of casualties and tragedies that they had even at that time with ships that could make the crossing. The amount of ships they lose, the amount of people that died. So now, and when you read that initial story, what Garfield read, even the writing indicates that the fantastical tale. They don't talk about where he went. They don't talk about what he actually brought back. It's always a luxurious, successful, glorified story of coming back, but there's no factual information in there. Not how much people was on this voyage, how many ships, what the size of the ships was, how they indeed took care of livestock, water, you know.
No,
Yeah,
Shepherd.
there's just nothing to hold on to.
Or the ancient Polynesian occupied Polynesia, those islands in the Pacific, and they had something like star charting when they sailed the sea. Right? They found out how to star map, star chart. But this happened over multiple generations. Right? Sailing across the Caribbean to the Atlantic. Most people in here cannot find the neighbor's house without GPS. No, we must be realistic with the thing. We must understand that traversing the Atlantic, when the wind blow you east, west, north, and south, you can be lost. Planes have disappeared in the Bermuda Triangle, and ships have gone down, and people have been lost and died because nobody couldn't find them where the vast the area is. Although the area between Bermuda, United States, and the Bahamas. To traverse the sea is not a simple endeavor. To take a voyage of a year, let's say you had 10 men on the ship, and they say you're taking a voyage of a year. You say you're going to be catching fish. That's what you're saying? It is not as easy. Because what were they using? Did they have hooks? Did they have metal hooks in that time to catch fish? Or were they catching fish with nets?
Deep ocean fishing is a whole different type of fishing, Soupies. When them swells hit you, right? Man, with them little boats.
Deep ocean fishing is different. That's what I'm going to mention. You have to think about all the technology required. Now, if you could build a ship to traverse the Caribbean, your water problem at home would be all right. If we look at it in modern days time, the space race, the ability for us to go to space, have given us microwave. That's where we get the microwave from. When NASA went to the space race, it has given us so much different technologies. It has given us HACCP, hazard analysis, critical control point, food safety.
Yes,
it came out of the space race. Right? So therefore, if you have the technology to go to space, it has technology here on Earth that has been incorporated in other facets of life. If they had the technology then to traverse the Atlantic Ocean, they wouldn't have a problem with water. They wouldn't have a problem with sewage. They wouldn't have a problem with food provision. Because the technology with building, because the technology required to traverse the Atlantic could have practical application on land.
All right,
So
let me look at this for a second. Look at this guy's coming now. This is my man Tony right here. He said we can build pyramids but not boats. Who said that nobody built boats? Nobody said that we didn't build boats. The issue is not if they built boats or had ships or anything, because we know boats and ships existed. But the technology to travel from there to all the way over here is just way too much at that time period. Eventually, that technology came into play when actually the Portuguese made certain ships. Yes, the white man, the Portuguese, they made a certain type of ship, and they were very tops. Now, the Phoenicians back in the days had some ships, but those ships weren't able to travel the seas the way we're talking about. All right? But if you want to say that, and then for this other gentleman here, the Atlantean, we invented mathematics and writing, but we couldn't cross the sea. We who? Are you saying Africans did it, so we're superhuman? That, we could do mathematics and we did writing, so that means we could. Of course we had ships. Nobody said that, but they weren't traveling across. Because this is why, if you look at the biblical text, it's concentrated for the ancient Near East. Because nobody knew there was no world outside of that. They didn't know any world was outside of that until they started traveling and moving around. People ain't know about the world. It's just like with the Romans going into Africa in the 1st century. Because of the Garamantians, they were the ones who were bringing in slaves from Africa. And they're like, where y'all be going? And that's how they started going into Africa until they ended up in West Africa. So you guys have to understand that the whole world is not how you look at today, is not how they looked at it back then. They didn't know there was another world. So you can't say, hey, of course they could sail. But nobody was trying to sail all across the world.
Garfield, they need to bring up Google Maps. Oh, look at Liberia and Sierra Leone and Brazil, Redcliffe in Brazil. That's the closest in terms of distance, in terms of ocean crossing. Why we didn't find Olmec in Brazil? If we found the Olmec in Brazil, I would be more inclined to believe it, because Africa to Brazil is much closer, or Sierra Leone or Liberia to Brazil is much closer than anywhere else. From the Western Sahara to Mexico is like from here to the moon. Well, not true, but I'm exaggerating here. But that is so much open water. The closest is from the tip of Brazil, the most northern part of the most eastern part of Brazil, to Sierra Leone. That's the closest, right?
You know,
And where the Olmec heads in Brazil?
hold on one second. Mark Daniel said, Garfield, that's not true. So come on the panel and show and prove. Show and
Let me
let's hold on a second. Now this guy said Garfield really dislike black folks. Why? Because we're telling the truth.
wow.
You see, this is the problem. We don't like truth. So if these people are wrong, this is why we're having the conversation. Come and have the conversation and present the evidence. You're in the chat talking, you don't like black folks. You know. Why? The native people here, who are the Africans that you see in America today? Where's their genetic markers? Where is the E marker before Columbus? That's it. Conversation's over.
Well, some of this is this is Brother Reggie. So some of this
Peace,
is
Brother Reggie.
peace. So some of this is fun, and this is a good exercise. And so Stupies and Cedric are bringing in aspects of science and technology, but I want to bring in chronology. So Mansa Musa is around 1312, right? So you would say that this voyage supposedly happened somewhere around maybe 1299 to 1312. So these Africans that were supposed to have made it in log ships, because that was a culture of travel, and it was mostly river travel. The log was a the log ship was usually used for the Niger River and things like that. That's what we have evidence of. So we don't have any evidence of huge ships. So there's no nails. There's no technology that we have found at all. So now comes the issue of sails. They wouldn't have been experts on sailing because on the river you flow pretty much with the river and you use paddles or rows. So we don't have any. We have evidence of that, but you can't put on the Atlantic Ocean basically row ships because basically you're using the trade winds to take you there, but they weren't experts in sales. But even if we listen to all of that gibberish, right? We get to the period of 1299 to 1312 where he made his the person who preceded him went. Okay, so now you have a, let's say, of the 1,000 to 2,000 people that left, maybe only probably 100 would have possibly made it if they would have made it. So the amount of people that would have made it would have such an influence on a culture that was already there. Now we are saying that the people who were already there in the Americas was dumb. They had been there for centuries and thousands of years. They're going to see a group of foreigners, and they're just going to like bow down to them, right? And these famished Africans who could probably barely speak, torched in the sun, is going to uh, in 100 years or so before the Europeans came, right? That they was going to have such an impact on the culture. Now, I met Dr. Ivan Van Sertima in about 86, 87. Dr. Jeffries, after the book was released, Dr. Jeffries invited him to the Black Studies department. Dr. Van Sertima is not the person that you think he was at that point. He was unfortunately having a divorce. His family was mixed, right? Meaning that his wife was European descent, and he had young daughters, and he needed money. And this is at the same time in Black America where we were starting to have these this whole book movement of selling books in bookstores. The most prominent bookstore in Harlem at the time was the Liberation Bookstore. I know Garfield knows that, right? And then of that time period, it was Liberation Bookstore. The old bookstores, Mashul, and all those bookstores had gone, right? So it was beginning of a new market. Um, he definitely was a PhD. He definitely came from Rutgers. He definitely had some good methodology, uh, but that doesn't mean that what he said was false. Now, so let's get to the date 1299 to 1312, where this supposed voyage supposedly happened, and let's try to explain what culture from Africa was distributed so quickly. Now, most likely, his heir he was a Muslim. He was a Muslim. You got to remember, Master Musa. Master Musa converted to Islam. His heir may have converted first. So, what type of writing are they involved in at that time period? So, we have the writing issue, we have the time period issue, we have the boat design, including the sails, we have the dangerous Atlantic Ocean. The Atlantic Ocean is a very dangerous ocean from Africa. If you ever went to Africa and went on the coast of Africa, it is that ocean is unpleasant. You have to be professional. And most people who fish, they don't go out more than a mile and a mile and a half, 2 miles. They just don't do it. They just don't do it. They don't do it now. They don't do it now unless they have how can I say machine boats with motors, right? Modern boats. They don't do it because you cannot survive in the Atlantic Ocean even today in those type of boats. You just don't do it. The amount of energy it takes to get out, to push against the African current to get out is incredible. So I want to hear those with the fanciful ideas and talk about the superhuman strengths. But they're going to first have to tell me that they have been to the coast of Africa, and start there. So that knocks about 99% of them. So it's the 1% that might have been to Mali or Senegal or any of those places and explain the current, explain the type of boats, explain the time frame, explain the language, right? And if there was language, then we could see by linguistics uh, that there's some affinity toward Africa. So put your big boy underwear on and call in with your fanciful ideas, and I will listen with Stu Pease, Garfield, and Cedric, right? And then about stargazing. They had no experience a mile out. You stargaze when you already know a destination, and then you begin to market. So the Polynesian people, the Oceanic people, they traveled all the way to Easter Island and maybe to Hawaii, and from Hawaii, most likely some of the groups made it to the Americas, but they had 100 years plus of experience. So put your big boy pants on, and I want to read the comic book.
All right, let me say this to the Atlantean. Why don't you come on the panel, bro? You got all this energy. I respect all of you, but y'all depend too much on the European academic history for your truth. Now, first of all, your birth record is by the European. So how is it you want to condemn the European when it fits your own paradigm? We are hypocrites. The people that love to gravitate and say black history and white history and the white man, those are the people who are lazy. The point is, when last you ever read a scientific report on anything? When was the last time you did that? They found over 300 samples of Mesoamericans and people from way back in the time of the Olmecs. They are finding that the females have the A marker, the A female marker. That is not African. If it was African, you would find L if they came from the continent. So I want you to pull up the Mayan murals to do what? To see dark-skinned people? Just because they're dark-skinned don't mean that they are African. Look at where the equator is. Have you ever seen somebody from Ecuador? Look at them and look at how dark they are, the Colombians, how dark they are. Stop the foolishness. Black doesn't mean African. That's another thing. You don't think they have black Chinese? That don't mean they're African. They come from Africa. Although we're all Africans technically. But you're going to find light-skinned people, dark-skinned people all over the world. So let's deal with the information. Come on. I promise you, I'm not cutting nobody off. I'm going to let you talk. I'm going to give you all 2 minutes. Speak your piece. And we're going to have a clean conversation because we need to have these conversations. The reason why we say blackology, because we want to claim, if you want to say everything is black, what do you mean by that? And this is what Cedric said at the beginning. Well, how do you define black? What do you mean by that? Because you run into a lot of problems. If you see a dark-skinned person in South America, does that mean that they're African? No. They're darker than they're all born, they're darker than me, darker than Cedric. That don't mean they're African. So we need to step up and stop hiding behind this blackology, which messes us up. This is why y'all gonna disagree. Garfield, don't say you hate the. I'm not saying nothing. I'm playing a video and having a discussion. How do you know how I feel? You don't know how I feel about the whole situation. The video ain't over.
Garfield.
Yes, my brother.
Have you ever seen an Indian from India that is pitch black? But you could watch him phenotypically and know that he's an Asian, he's Indian, but he's 10 times darker than me.
Hey,
people have to.
Yeah, hold on a second. Y'all not going to listen. All y'all do is belittle me. No, Atlantean, jump on. Let's have some fun. Let's start a new relationship today. Let's get a new. Yeah. So we could have a conversation, but the thing is, you already think you are right. I don't know what's going on. I'm talking to get the information from you guys so we could look at it. When the brother brought up the stuff about Al-Assad, whatever, I know it's not true based on my studies, but he brought up a name. The name didn't click in my head, so I brought it up. I'm not saying yay or nay to it. I'm not throwing it out. But the point is, we have to look at everything. Stop being closed-minded. If you're worried about white information, you might as well go live in the bushes and don't even use the internet. You can't use white man this, white man that. The murals do nothing, brother. You said pull up the for what? To show black, dark-skinned people for what? What is that proving? It doesn't prove anything. Being dark-skinned doesn't make you African, brother. You're not even getting that. And nobody's mocking you. You could be dark-skinned people, or when you're near the equator, you're going to have darker people than light-skinned people. You're going to have the Reggie types going to be in the northern parts. It's just facts.
Garfield, when we hear the argument about ships and whatnot, and, the Greeks, right, the different islands of the Greeks, they are always a seafaring culture. To the point that they had ships to engage in warfare. But their ships were designed to function on the Mediterranean. So they were already a seafaring people that couldn't or didn't develop the technology to make the transatlantic crossing. So when we taking these arguments into consideration, we really need to slow the conversation down, take a look at all angles, ask yourself the pertinent questions. Reggie raised some remarkable points by sticking to chronology. At this point in time in history, there's Muslim, there's a script already developed. There's a culture that exists, the Muslim culture. There's a dress. There's everything. So if indeed that voyage was made, let's say we can't find the dark evidence, we can't find the nails, we are going to look for specific aspects of the African quote unquote culture that gave influence. So we have to see some form of Allah because that's the first thing that the Muslim is bringing. Next of all, we have to see some type of Arabian script intertwined in what the Olmecs would have represented. These are the elements you would need to show to me for me to say, well, there is the possibility that this actually happened. Well, there's still this and this evidence missing, but the possibility now exists because I can see the quote unquote Muslim or Arab influence, right, in that culture. And there is none of that.
You know, Sheffrin, you're right on that, because anywhere the Muslim go, the script go. Anywhere the Muslim go, the script go. Even in the church, even in the black church, it is argued that that script that a lot of people see is early Muslim script, early Islamic script. But anywhere the Muslim go, they carry the writing. They write it on the walls, they decorate it. The love said there is no God but except Allah. They like that phrase. They write it everywhere. How is it not in South America? Or who came was not Muslim? That's what they're saying? Are they saying that is the West African that actually made the trip across?
No,
On what ship?
He's saying that the Nubians, he's trying to say the Egyptians, his theory is based off of coming from the Nile Valley region, not West Africans per se. Unless he changed with it. Mm-hmm.
So what time period would the Egyptian make that traverse?
He said the 8th century BC. Then he said that he moved it to the 12th century because the 8th century BC got beat up. It got beat up. That whole theory got beat up.
No. But by the 12th century BC, there was no Egypt in terms of the historical Egypt, what we know.
12th century BC, you're talking about during the time of Ramesses II, the third. You're talking about Ramesses III. So that's what he's talking about.
12th century BC.
Yes, he's saying that Ramesses
III. So Ramesses III, 12th century BC, came out of the Nile, which is at the eastern end, almost at the end of the Mediterranean.
Hold on one second. Let me just deal with this information real quick. I'm sorry, brother.
But the Greeks couldn't do it.
Now look at the screen. Nobody in this chat or Dagger Squad can explain the Egyptian hieroglyphs found in Australia. No one can answer that one tough. Africans were all there long before any European. Now, I'm aware of this conversation, and you see, this is the problem. And then when we prove it wrong, you said, oh, you believe the white man. But who you got this information from? The white man. No African is teaching you this. Not one source you're going to provide for this is by a black African. It's by the white man. And when we debunk it, we can't do it. That's the white man. Where you got that information from? Anyway, Reggie, hold on a second. Let me see this comment. Garfield Terry Corbett says, first of all, you're going to have to prove to me 80,000 years ago. How did they get there 80,000 years ago? To be honest with you, I don't know, brother.
They get there 1 mile at a time. Or answers the elephant.
No, Stoopies. Why don't you come on the panel and explain
80,000 years ago?
80,000 years ago. Listen.
18.
Not 18.
1 is
80.
80. I gonna mute my mic.
No, he's talking about this.
Hold on, Stoopies. I would like, you see, this is the problem. We could make all these talks to supersede what's being said on the chat here, what we're talking about. but nobody wants to come on the panel. I'm telling you, y'all got a free 2-minute package. I'm not debating nobody. I just want clarity. The brother said, let me just deal with this first. No, he said, nobody in the chat or Dagger Squad can't explain Egyptian Commission hieroglyphs found it. I'm very familiar with the argument. All I want you to do, my brother, is come on and provide a source for this. And we're going to walk through it slowly. That's it. Don't be scared. You can stay on the sideline and make your comments. You're right. Nobody in the chat is going to respond to this. Come on the panel and teach us. That's all I'm saying. The other brother, Mark Daniel or the Atlantean or whoever, come on the panel and explain to us and show us the evidence that what you're talking about. How did you get this argument? When you say 80,000, by the way, did an African teach you that? When you talk about the out of African theory and talk about Africans leaving in two different exits, how they left out of Africa, why don't you tell us where you got that information from? That's where I want to start from. Let's talk about it.
And don't forget to leave out the hieroglyphics in the Grand Canyon. You see,
bro.
Don't forget to leave that shit out.
I want to get all that information where they're getting it from because I want to be in tune with this African information that they're getting. So I want to know where he got this 80,000 information from. So please, my brother, come on the panel. I'm not mocking nobody. Come on down and let's have a conversation instead of we saying, I know more I don't know nothing about this Olmec stuff. I don't know nothing. All my preconceived notions are out the window. Let's have a conversation about this. Because we have, this goes back to my whole thing with Egyptomania. It goes back to the whole thing with Hebrew Israelites. It goes back to my whole thing with Islam, with Nation of Islam and 5% teachings and all of that. It goes back to all my stuff about Christianity. It goes back to all this blackology that's being taught. There's nothing wrong. I'm proud to be an African. You want to call me black? I'm proud of that too. But the point of the matter is I don't have to lie to be that. I don't have to lie. I don't. Room for debate. Thank you for bringing up his name, Garfield. That's what I was trying to bring up earlier and I forgot his name. These are the people that taught us. It's not our elders' fault. It's what they had access to. It's not Dr. Ben's fault. He believed in Gerald Massey stuff. It's not his fault. Dr. Clark and Asher Kwesi and Ray Higgins gravitate to that. It's not their fault. It's what's accessible to them that they thought they were right about. They didn't purposely pick this and say, I'm going to deceive the people. No, they didn't. I guarantee you Van Sertima thought he was right. I guarantee you he thought he was right. Chancellor Williams, I know there wasn't.
And now there's Brother Kaba. So Kaba.
Hold on a second. Terry Corbett, nobody attacks your own every day. I'm not who am I attacking? You see?
And it's worse, Garfield, because this is not even religious now. So we have the people who believe in the religious part of ancient Egypt. Now we have other people who are trying to do historical religion. And they believe, and you know what they're not doing, Cedric? They're not assessing. See, assessing is a better word than believe. Assessing means using the data. They're not assessing. See, I can assess something with data and still be wrong, but these people are religious believers. But you know what? Tell me who your great-great-grandmother is. Like, don't talk to me if you can't put up your family tree and you don't even know who your own family is. Don't talk to me, Negroes, if you say you're this, that in ancient times and you can't tell me 3-4 generations of your own family. Miss me with that BS. I'll stop.
Yeah, I keep saying it, and I think, Brother Reggie, we need to start really focusing on proper methodology in reasoning and proper skepticism, because the problem I see what's in the Black community is we are accustomed, we grow up by worshiping or having this total regard for our elders. So we go to church and pastor speaks down to us. He tells us, we are taught in our community, don't talk back to your elders, don't question your elders. So when we question the information, it is often the information is always attached to the person. Like Dr. Ben said this, or Ivan von Terdemer said this. So now when you go and analyze the information with modern technology, again, we appreciate this in all the other sciences. No one would want to have surgery done on them today the way it was done 200 years ago. We appreciate that science continuously corrects the mistakes of the past or adds new information, which leading to new ways of doing things, of making processes easier or shorter or quicker. We appreciate that within the hard sciences, but we have no appreciation for that when it comes to things of interpretation, in things of putting things in proper context. We get religious really quick. So as soon as we start to bring up, nobody here mentioned a white man. We just made a hard a statement with regards to how technology works. It leaves byproducts.
Keep that
You
quote
refer,
up from the Atlantean. When
Yeah, I wanted to deal
keep
with
that
that
quote up.
because hold on, Reggie. Before Reggie go in, all we're doing is playing a video and having commentary on the video. Anybody could come on and have a conversation. There's no lockdown. Now the brother says Atlantean, they know nothing about Thoth. I would love to ask Reggie, who is Thoth? Can you explain this to me? Because I don't know anything. I'm just a hater.
Well,
so, go ahead, my brother.
Well, that says a lot by putting up Thoth. So Thoth is the Greek name of Jehuti. Jehuti is from ancient Egypt. Even in the Ptolemy time, his name was Jehuti. He is the Lord of Ma'at, right? He is the one the deity attributed to writing itself and recording. But his name was Jehuti. So when you say Thoth, you're bringing up and you're letting us know that your direction, intellectuals direction, starts at the Greeks. Don't be upset, Atlantean, because many of the Cometics, their orientation for their texts start in the Greek period too, and they're gonna find out why, right? But if you're starting with Thoth, that's late in the intellectual development of the people. So I don't know anything about Thoth. Well, why don't you come on and we can have a conversation about Jehuti and Thoth? And yes, let's just use the sources, right? And let's look at the Egyptian or the people of Tawi. Let's look at their language. But again, look, I knew I could rattle off about 50 scholars that y'all talk about that I actually sat in the classroom with. I actually sat in the classroom with Dr. Ivan Van Sertima. I sat in the classroom with Dr. Raketti Amin, Dr. John Henry Clark, Dr. Ben, Professor Edward Scobie, right? Leonard, of course, Dr. Leonard Jeffries, Malefi Kite Asante, and Dr. Carruthers, Dr. Jacob Carruthers, Dr. Asa Hilliard, right? I can just continue. Dr. Rosalind Jeffries, Dr. Joy Hardiman, what's her name from the ISIS papers? I can't just remember her name. Dr. Frances Cress Wilson, right? I walked with Dr. Betty Shabazz, Rodnell Collins, Malcolm's daughters. Many of them I've had conversations with, got yelled at by them, right? Being so I knew these people. I knew Professor Small when he was 39 years old, right? I knew Reverend Calvin Butts when he was about 37, 38 years old, right? I am 57 years old. So, but the other thing is, I knew my great grands, and I know who their parents are. Don't be talking to me about no Thoth if you can't tell me 3 to 4 lines of your own family. I'll stop. Oh, and by the way, and when I was when I went to Egypt with Dr. Ben in '87, the person that that Garfield is going to debate was probably in middle school, right? Definitely wasn't in high school, right? Most likely graduating from middle school. See, we think that we're all the same ages, and one of the channels that I work on, that I support the channel, I love, but they belittle me for their own purposes. But I was around when they weren't around, right? But I respect the questions I get from Black News 102 side of the studio, so I can answer them. But if you can't tell me who your grands are, how they lived, where, who their parents were, right? Don't bring up foreign history and act like you're bright. Focus on your own families first. I think that that's what we should do as Africans in the Americas, and I mean the Caribbean and the Americas. Focus on who you are. Focus on who you are.
Hey, Reggie, hold on one second, Reggie. This is an article from the Times. I just Googled. The brother asked me to put up a mural of the Mayans, and I saw this. Why did you want me to put up the murals, brother? This is the murals reveal more of the Maya artistic marvels. So this is from the murals. So why did you want me to put it up, brother? I want to know why the brother wanted me to put it up. Somebody said Reggie went to school with Elvis. That's funny. That's funny.
I went to school with General Yohana.
Reggie went to school with Elvis.
I went to school with General Yohana. Right? We graduated together. Me and General Yohana.
No, I'm curious. Why would you want me to put up the Maya murals or the one from Bonham Park? Okay. All right. So that's the specific one. Okay. Why not this one?
Because that one is a Picasso.
Hey, put up the mochi. Why don't you put up the mochi pottery?
You know what's funny? You know what's funny, family? So does that mean Dr. Clark lost that debate? What debate are you talking about? Criminal content publishing? What are you talking about? You talking about the Mir Lefkowitz debate?
Put up the mochi pottery. I want to see the pottery. It's explicit. It is population control. It is a lot of same-sex interactions sexually. You people want to go so far in your love, but let's not put up parts. Let's put up the whole culture. Let's talk about the same sex, the twin spirits in the Americas. Let's talk about that.
No thanks. I'm gonna jump off.
Hold on, let me play some more of this video real quickly. Let me play like 10 more minutes, and then I'm gonna be done with this video. Hold on, let me just play 10 more minutes, family. Bear with me right here. Reggie would tell you about the history already. It's a wrap once Reggie go in. All right, here we go.
About a subject that everyone loves. From one side of the world to the other, there is no shortage of studies, history books, fringe television shows that focus on pyramids. And so I want to ask, when it comes to pyramids and the supposed Olmec African link, how do pyramids play a role here?
Yeah, pyramids are another thing that gets brought up in these theories. Now, the Nubians were pyramid builders just like their Egyptian neighbors. Actually, it's interesting. Egypt had stopped building pyramids almost 1,000 years before that, but the Nubians kept that tradition going. They were still chugging and building pyramids, when they annexed Egypt. And if you check out the city of Meroe along the Nile, those pyramids are still there. You can see them. They look awesome. And as the theory goes, those, these Nubians and Egyptians, showed the people of Mesoamerica how to build a pyramid. But there's some things that are wrong with this theory. First of all, pyramids are not unique to Egypt. They're not unique to Nubia. They're not unique to Mesoamerica. You can find pyramids all over the world. And there's a very good reason for that. The pyramid is the most simple and sturdy design that you can use to build a tall structure. I mean, any kid who builds with wooden blocks is going to figure out that if you want to build something high, you build a big base and slowly work your way up. What's actually even more interesting is that pyramids and platform mounds like that were actually being built in the Americas for, thousands of years before the Olmec were doing them. In fact, if you go to South America, you can find pyramids there that were being built at the same time that the pyramids of Egypt were being built. And again, to take Dr. Van Sertima's logic and kind of run with this, if you, kind of want to adopt that diffusionist logic, it makes more sense to attribute the pyramids in Mesoamerica to pyramids that were being built in North America or South America. And I'm not saying that that's what happened. I'm just saying that's kind of the logical consequence of it. But there's even more than that. Another problem with that argument is that Egyptian and Nubian pyramids are very different from Mesoamerican pyramids. Egyptians and Nubians built their pyramids out of cut stone that they, stacked in the shape of a pyramid. And usually those pyramids served a mortuary function. They were typically tombs for kings and pharaohs. Pyramids in Mesoamerica were not built as tombs. There are a few exceptions, but by and large, that was not their primary function. Instead, you would have a pyramid with a platform and then a structure built on top, some sort of temple or elite residence or council house, something like that. And these pyramids aren't built of stone. In the Americas, you see pyramids that are kind of built up of earth mostly, and then sometimes they'll be like effaced with stone. So even when you see a pyramid that looks like it's built of stone in the Americas, you different structures for very different purposes. The only thing they have in common, is the shape, and that's it.
When it comes to the theory that the Olmecs were African, that Olmec civilization derived from an African origin, I tend to see that advocates of these theories really focus on the colossal heads. They look at the distinct facial features of these giant works of art, and especially the facial structure and the nose to prove their point. But I have to ask, where do they go wrong here?
So when people look at the Olmec heads, the first thing they notice, like you said, are those pronounced facial features, specifically the wide noses and full lips. And this is really kind of the heart of the theory for most people. The idea is that these people look like, these Olmec sculptures look like West Africans, and indeed, they do have similar features. But we need to remember that Africans are not the only people who have these features. And it's interesting because this is something I didn't really realize until I started reading the comments on my own Olmec video, and noticed that lots of people pointed out that they look, indigenous, that they look, Latino, but that they also look, like Polynesians, Southeast Asians, as well as Africans as well. And what I quickly realized is that when we look at the Olmec, what we see in them says more about us than it says about the Olmec themselves. When we look at those features, our brain kind of just reaches for the nearest lookalike. And if you grew up in the United States, for example, the closest lookalike is probably an African American or somebody of African descent. The fact is, if you go to Veracruz and you look at the indigenous people there, many of them have those same features. And once you see that, you can't unsee it. And there's actually a scientific reason for this. the shape of the nose is primarily a function of climatic factors, such as like, the heat, the humidity of the environment that you're in. One of the functions of the nose is to moisten the air before it goes into the lungs. So if you're in an area that's very dry, such as like, deserts, your nose will be longer and thinner so that it can moisten that air a lot better. If you live in like a tropical, humid environment, it'll tend to be, shorter and wider because your body doesn't need as much help to moisten that air as you inhale. And so that's why we see, these features in so many areas, is that it's an adaptation to the environment. I mean, like I said earlier, physical traits, phenotype, these change over time, as a result of the environment, as a result of mixing with other populations. And so it really shouldn't be a surprise that the faces look like that. Oh, and one last thing I'll call attention to, this is something that I see brought up a lot, is people will point out that the Olmec heads have braids on the back of their head. In fact, there's only one Olmec head that has braids on the back, and that's Olmec head 2 at the site of Tres Zapotes. Now, many people who endorse this theory will assert that those are cornrows or African braids or like Ethiopian hairstyles. I've seen that brought up as well. Again, this is just speculation. I mean, it's completely possible that the Olmec wore their hair like that as well. I've also seen some people speculate that it's not even braids, it's part of a feather headdress. The idea that these have to be African, that they can only be African, that's just speculation. They could just as easily be indigenous. Now, the biggest issue with this argument that the Olmec heads are African is that Dr. Van Sertima's dates, as he put forth in his work, don't actually match the dates of the heads. Now, back when his book was written, dating technology was not as sophisticated as it was. There wasn't as much material to carbon date. There just wasn't as large a body of evidence.
Before he goes, this is important. And I want y'all to stop looking at his color family and listen to what he's saying. Because when Van Sertima came out, Cedric, remember he came out with the 8th century theory. The Olmec heads was dated before that. So that killed his whole theory. People don't listen, family. It's not being anti-Van Sertima. So Van Sertima changed his whole theory now to fit the dates of the Olmec heads. Remember, he came out first and said, hey, what? 8th century BC. The Olmec heads are dated to 1200 BC, 400 years earlier. So he had to change his theory. Y'all not paying attention.
And that is disqualified because you made a prediction, right? Mm-hmm. And he made a scientific prediction that the heads would date to 800 BCE. Now, your theory falls apart, your hypothesis falls apart because your prediction was inaccurate. Like the discussion is over at that point.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're disingenuous.
Over with Mansa Musa. So now, what happened to the Mansa Musa argument?
That's done. That's dead.
So he keeps switching.
With Mansa Musa.
I don't know why when people come on the show, they got all these noises they're making, and then when I don't let them on, they mad. Well, go ahead, Brother Richie. I'm sorry, my brother.
No, my point is finished. Cedric and the author, the presenter, made the chronology argument that totally destroys this argument. So where are you going to land? When did the Africans come? So
right, now, bear in mind, ladies and gentlemen, I'm basically talking about Van Sertima's theory. If you have anybody else you want to present, come on the panel and present them. Now, I want to say something about this Pan-African designs and apparel. You said, so the similar astronomical alignment means nothing. What similar astronomical alignment? You see, this is the problem. This is the problem I have now. Now, James, you're gonna have to come on the panel and bring that information out, because I'm telling you now, you made that up. So you're saying that the people in America had the same astronomical alignments as Naphtaliah or as the pyramids in Egypt. You're going to have to bring the information and the sources to prove that. Come on in. You see, we could make all these comments in the sidebar and sound intelligent. He just gonna put this up. So the similar astronomical alignment means nothing. Remember, they have the Caral Peru structures. That's dated around the same time as the pyramids in Egypt.
I keep saying humans are going to human. And the explanation that the gentleman gave was so beautiful. A 4-year-old kid eventually playing with blocks can understand that you build a big base if you want to go up. Wherever you were in the world as a human, you would have understood and worked in that similar fashion. Doesn't mean that the information had to come from one to the next. This type of reasoning is over and over in the conscious community. Like, they had it first. Like, yes, that doesn't mean that it didn't develop independently over here. No, the Egyptians dug the first hole to throw feces in. So nobody else understood, if we dig a hole and shit in it and cover it, it's gonna make sense. Like, nobody else understood that until they contacted the Egyptians. These arguments are flawed reasoning. When you say we built pyramids, but we couldn't sail the ocean, like, that's flawed reasoning. The Greeks were a seafaring people, but their technology was limited to the Mediterranean. That's why they didn't make a transatlantic crossing either, or develop the technology. It was the Portuguese. These are just hard facts. Why are we fighting against hard facts?
It can't be the Portuguese. It can't be. No, my brother Cedric. It has to be the Black Africans and them only. Mansa Musa came, and Abu Bakr, and you're lying on the
brothers are black. The Wright brothers are black.
Cedric, you're lying on the Africans, sir. You're lying on the Africans.
How though? But how? Like, if we just follow logical sequence.
You don't want to promote African people came here.
Okay, so the Assyrians or the Hittites, I'm sorry if I'm messing up these terms, brought in the chariot to Egypt. The Egyptians perfected the technology. So now I am discrediting the Egyptians because I say the Hittites brought it in.
I can't say nothing, bro. I can't.
The horses was brought in to Egypt. It is not indigenous to the population. Am I saying something that is completely and totally anti-African then?
Yep, when the Hyksos came in, they had the chariots, the Amorites. They had the chariots and everything, but they brought that technology.
So, like,
yep.
So I don't understand how we can't just follow the information and just deal with right and exact information. When Ivan van Sertima made the claim about Mansa Musa, Reggie Killer dead in the water. Whichever time frame you want to look at his 19 editions, it doesn't hold up. Like, why we can't just let it go and say that the good scholar was working with the information he had at the time. Now we got better archaeology, we got better technology, we have better modes and means to understand exactly what's going on, and he was wrong, and keep it moving. Why that is so hard?
All right, let me play some more of this video right here.
Today we have carbon dating that is much better calibrated. We have more carbon. Now, many people who endorse this theory will assert that those are cornrows or African braids or like Ethiopian hairstyles. I've seen that brought up as well. Again, this.
I forgot to comment about the braids. There's no braids there. There's no braids over a helmet. This is something that he probably missed. There's no braids over a helmet. It's over the helmet. It's not even that. Yo, we are gone, bro. All right, let me play the rest.
This is just speculation. I mean, it's completely possible that the Olmec wore their hair like that as well. I've also seen some people speculate that it's not even braids, it's part of a feather headdress. You know, the idea that these have to be African, that they can only be African, that's just speculation. They could just as easily be indigenous. Now, the biggest issue with this argument that the Olmec heads are African is that Dr. Van Sertima's dates, as he put forth in his work, don't actually match the dates of the heads. Now, back when his book was written, dating technology was not as sophisticated as it was. There wasn't as much material to carbon date. There just wasn't as large a body of evidence. Today, we have carbon dating that is much better calibrated. We have, more carbon dating samples, and we know now with certainty that those heads were actually carved several centuries before the 25th dynasty of Egypt, before that supposed expedition from Egypt, West Africa into the Americas. Now, to be fair, Dr. Van Sertima, did acknowledge those revised dates. And he actually revised his theory in the 90s and, just pushed those dates back, a couple centuries and, kind of explained it away as, there was always an African presence in Egypt and clearly that could have set sail earlier, and that kind of revision to me is a bit telling. If your theory is that flexible that you can just, arbitrarily kind of push your dates back and forth, is it even that strong of a theory to begin with? When you have a theory, the more evidence that is discovered, the more research that is done, the more data that's collected, it's either going to bear out that theory or it's not. And in this case, all the discoveries we've made since then don't bear out the theory. But even more than that, latching on to these heads as, proof of an African origin ignores the fact that, that the Olmec sites that those heads come from, like San Lorenzo, La Venta, were occupied for centuries before the first head was even carved. And during that time before, I mean, you can see a local development, a progression of Olmec culture in the archaeological record. You can kind of see that culture fermenting and developing. It's not like these heads come out of nowhere. There's a progression that's at work, and it's an indigenous progression, not something that's coming out of left field.
I want to talk about other arguments, lesser arguments.
Where James at? James said he's coming on. Come on, James. The floor is yours, brother.
Can you hear me?
I hear you loud and clear, brother.
Oh, I can't really. Looks like I'm in the back chat or something. But anyway, you said that you wanted me to come on to show any type of similarities from these pyramid, or what they're calling pyramids here in the Americas.
No, sir. You made a claim about astronomical alignment. This is what you
wrote.
It.
Well, hold on, Garfield. What I'm saying is these. From what they said about the pyramids in the Giza complex, they're supposed to have been astronomically aligned to a certain star constellation. You know that, right?
Do you believe that?
Well, not necessarily saying what I believe. I'm just telling you that.
Who said that? Who is the they? Who is the they that said that? Did the Africans say that?
Well, no, they didn't.
Well, I don't care about it.
But listen to it. No, so all of this, what you're showing,
Hold on. No, I'm pointing out your hypocrisy in the chat. because you like to talk about European information and
No,
don't trust me.
I didn't say anything about that.
All
What
right,
I said,
all right.
hold on,
I'm
you
playing your game.
trying to switch
I'm
it
playing
up.
your game.
What I said was,
No, I'm not.
what
Hold on,
that
James.
that
I'm gonna let you
you
talk. I'm gonna
gotta
let you talk.
use
Go
the
ahead, talk. Go ahead
astronomical
and talk.
alignments. I
Oh,
didn't say anything about
my
whether they
brother.
were Europeans or not.
Let's deal with the astronomical alignment. I apologize. Go ahead, my brother.
What in the hell?
Go ahead.
What are you talking about?
You said astronomical alignment. Let's deal with that. Go ahead, my brother.
Oh, I just told Sheffrin yesterday that all of the information that we're going to examine is going to be coming from Europeans. It's up to us to say what we think is valid and what is not. That's where we're at right now. So I understand that all the information comes from non-African sources for the most part. When you get into Afrocentricity or whatever you want to call Egyptomaniac, that is just when Africans get off into literary texts and start coming up with our own ideas of what has happened. These people aren't doing anything but guessing, and that's what all of us are doing.
Okay, I got you. All right. So would you say that the astronomical alignments of the pyramids that the Mayans built are the same as the astronomical alignments of the Egyptian pyramids? Would you say that?
Well, what I'm saying is from what they say. Remember, none of us are experts here.
I know, but who's saying
yes.
that?
They're saying yes. These alignments align up with the same alignment.
All right, who is saying that? Who is the they?
If you look on this, hold on, Garfield, slow down. If you look, I put a link in the chat. It's to a video, and then you also look where I go to the 222 mark. And it'll start to talk about these things. Now, you don't have to do this now. You can review this.
No. This is what I'm saying, James. I'm not disputing anything you're saying. I just wanted a source. I don't want a video source, though. I wanted like a scholastic source. Do you have a scholastic source? You don't have to give it to me tonight. You can give it to me tomorrow or any day. You could just come on and just put it in the private chat, and I'll bring it up. I have no problem with what you're saying. I just wanted evidence of what you're actually saying.
Okay, so what I'm saying, Garfield, if you review that video, because that's backed by what you're asking for. If you view that video, you will start to see, and then we can have a discussion about this later. You may have already viewed this. I'm not sure. We can have a discussion about this later on because I viewed this several times.
Okay. Hey, Melch Yosef, Brian Forrester is not someone. He is an archaeologist, I think. I'm not sure, or an Egyptologist, not a professional one. But I wouldn't take Brian Forrester's info. He's the one that says aliens built the pyramids, bro. So if you're coming here and saying that you don't want to give Africans credit for building the pyramids, but you rather listen to this guy saying aliens did, I'm not listening to that. I'm not listening to nobody that's trying to take it out of the Africans' hands. So when y'all say Garfield is not for black, hey, no, I'm not listening to none of them people. It could be brown, it could be Jamaican. I'm not listening to nobody that's saying the Africans did not build those pyramids. He could go to hell for all I care. I'm not listening to none of them dudes. Now that's anti-African. I'm not listening to that. So those, I don't mind listening to anybody. I don't care who it is, but you're not gonna tell me no aliens built no pyramids to take it out, to not give credit to Africans who did the work. That is nuts. All right, but hold on, let me see if this guy wanna come on. Who's this guy right here? Who is this? Chaz G. I don't know who you are. All right, let me play another 2 minutes of this video right here.
Theories that may not get as much attention when it comes to the supposed African origins of Olmec civilization. Could you walk us through what some of these lesser arguments are?
Yeah, so there are definitely other arguments that are not as popular as what we've been discussing, but they do come up from time to time, and they're very worth addressing. One that you see come up is centers around mummification. In the Americas, specifically in South America, you find mummification was practiced a lot there in pre-Columbian times. And the argument is basically that, Egyptians brought this across the Atlantic and, showed people how to make a mummy. The problem with that argument is that actually mummification in South America in particular is much older than mummification is in Egypt. The Chinchorro mummies, which are the earliest mummies that you find in South America, they predate the earliest Egyptian.
Now, let me say this to everybody that's watching. So now, if we look at the Chinchorro mummies, are we saying the Egyptians came here 9,000 years ago and made these mummies and then went back and then waited 5,000 years to make it in Egypt? What are we saying when it comes to the Chinchorro mummies or the mummies in Libya? What are we saying? Because that's way before the ones in Kemet, if we want to play who's first game. You know what I'm saying, James? Because it's here. They did it in Chile, the Chinchorro mummies. We can't go around it. They find the mummies. They found them in Libya, wrapped up with grave goods, like how they do it in Egypt. They found it in Libya too. How do we account for that? Does anybody want to talk about that? James or Reggie or Cedric?
Yeah, I hear that argument right there, but I also know that some of those were natural mummifications based on environment. So I don't know which ones were which or how they went, but I think that some of these are natural mummifications based on environment, and then they did from what I think about Chile, they did kind of dress them up, and that's just the way that they winded up decomposing. I don't know if they did anything special to them. I think that the environment is what caused that mummification that you're referring to. But that's what I would say. But you could go ahead and keep going with what you're saying. Am I saying anything wrong here?
I can't disagree with what you're saying, James. But for example, Garfield just illustrated that the mummies in Libya had actual wrapped in cloths, and they had artifacts with them, so it was an actual burial site. Whether they actually did the mummification process equal to that of the Egyptian is a question mark. So your question is valid. I would need more information as to the intent to mummify these other mummies, because we have that clearly defined within the Egyptian context, right?
In Libya, Cedric, to answer you the one in Libya, right, is like 1,500 years before Kemet's ancient Egypt started to do it. Right now, that one is definitely connected to burial, and definitely they buried the mummy with grave goods. This is something that's in the Levant way before ancient Egypt. But the person that's doing it in Africa, in Libya, they purposely buried them with grave goods, just like how the Egyptians would do it. It is just too close to comfort. And is not that most scholars feel that predates what the Egyptians did. So it's like, wow. And then they found in the same African areas, they found like humans with animal heads, like how the Egyptians do it. They also found the worship of Hathor, the cattle worship, the same way like how Egyptians would do it. There's just so much that they found right beside Egypt. But we know that the Sahara dried out, so people moved towards the Nile Valley, because just like the Unjunju culture in Mali, their ceramic pottery, we find the materials in ancient Egypt. There's no doubt that they walked and they brought that technology to Egypt. There's no doubt about it. It's not about some pseudo guy making up stuff. This is proven through archaeology, anthropology, and history. The evidence is there. What I'm saying is that, would we make the argument now in Chile that these people were Egyptians because they were mummified? Let's say they did mummify because the person is. You understand what I'm saying? I'm not saying.
Never that.
No.
Let me give you a rude by answer. Never that.
Bear with me for a second. I'm not saying that. Garfield's not saying that. But would we make that argument that those people are Egyptians? Because remember, the brother said if the astronomical of the pyramids in the Mayan in Mexico aligns with the ones in Egypt, that's a great evidence that these people are connected to Kemet. Although it doesn't 100% mean that. It could mean that just human being innovative. You never know, just like mummification. But what I am saying to you guys, listen to what I'm saying. Hold on, let me put this picture on the screen real quick. Hold on 1 second. Let me put this picture on the screen because I want to make this point so everybody gets what we're saying. This picture right here, right, that we have on the screen right now. When you look at this, the pyramid building. So now when you see the steps, you're like, it's the same. But remember though, Egyptians come from building mastabas, which is another thing we find in the Levant, in Europe, and in Africa. And actually, scholars say actually the Africans may have brought it to Egypt also. Another thing, which is the mastabas, which led to pyramid building. But I'm saying that if you look at these pyramids right here, this is the point I don't want to speak for James, but even when you look at Caral, Peru, this is built the same time as the Khufu and pyramids and the Pyramid of Giza. It's the same time period. So when you look at these buildings that they're building, you have to say to yourself, what's going on here? The Chinchorro mummies in Chile, the earliest one, the Achaman, dates to 7,000 BC. 7,000 BC, they're mummifying the dead. I don't know. Hold on. Let me see if I have the records of why they actually did it. Hold on. Let me see. Beer Testament. Chile from 5,000 BC to 900 BC. They're doing this stuff. The oldest known artificial mummification of bodies with cemeteries that contain both artificial mummified bodies and some that were preserved due to environmental conditions. So that comes back to that point. Why are they doing it? Over time, the Chinchorro perfected complex mortuary practices. Now that kills the whole argument. So now it's a complex mortuary practices. That means it's because of the dead. How they do it over the time. So they evolve. So they've been doing it way before Kemet.
So now, to answer your question, even if their mummification process was identical, Garfield, I would still never, ever make the reach to say that the Egyptians came over here.
They went back and forth. As a matter of fact, a person who is hold on, let's be fair. A person who is an Aboriginal claimant might say they went over to Egypt and built the pyramids based off of that logic. Am I wrong? The crazy.
I got mute my mic. That's crazy.
They might say, based off the information, that they gave mummification to Egypt. Based off of this information. It's the truth. This is what we're dealing with. It's not only about black folks.
We stuck with the same conundrum. We have to then identify the technology that they use to get from the Americas to Africa to do that 8,000, 9,000 years ago.
I can't even fathom 100 years, bro. How many humans live over 100 years? But we here talking about 9,000 like it's like a regular number like 20 or 25. 9,000 years ago? What? Oh, man. I'm telling you, studying history and archaeology is important, bro. I think humans, I look at it as human innovation. It's like the mastabas in Egypt, bro. The mastabas
human.
We find we find something in that northwest, Central Africa. We find it in West and Central Africa. We find it in the Sahara Desert region. We find it in we find it in the Levantine area, right? We also find it in Europe before Kemet. Does that mean they gave it to Kemet? You're talking about burying people underground and giving reverence to the burial area like a special law. You don't find a lot of cultures doing that. That's very unique. When you look at the tumuli, everybody has tumuli all over the world. So that's not unique. But when you have tumuli plus, you're building a grave that's go underground and showing reverence to that individual. That you find in West Africa. You find it in the Levantine area. You find it in Europe before ancient Egypt. Does that mean they gave it to Kemet? Because a lot of people like the first argument, which is very childish in my opinion. So
hold on. So let me just interject here. So what do you? Let me be clear on what you're saying. You find, and what are you finding? Before you find it in Africa, what are you finding? What are you saying?
What do you mean finding before in Africa? What do you mean? As far as we find
like, so you're saying you're finding burials where people bury their dead before people in Africa started burying their dead. That's what you're saying?
No. I'm glad you said that because I never said that.
I just want to make sure
we're burying your dead all over the world.
We don't know. Like, and then when you start going with the date, and I can show. And I don't know why it's always just when you start bringing up the inconsistencies with a lot of this information, as far as the dating, y'all try to say like, oh, we tripping, but this is what they do. they're going to date certain things.
Hey, who is the they?
Whoever is in charge of this information that's been
Okay, so
disseminated
are
out
they the
into the
same
world.
ones that doing
So
the
I
Egyptian
said
information
they.
too? Are they the
Huh?
same ones doing the information too for Egypt? Because how do you
Yeah,
differentiate?
they do it in all realms to keep the confusion up that we have today.
James,
You see what I'm saying?
James, when you take archaeology, which is a specific discipline, and it does what it does independently, then you take genetics, and then you take linguistics, and you take paleontology, and you put in each study does its work within its discipline, and it reaches to a conclusion. Now, when you put all these studies together, right, and you have a hypothesis, and each one of these studies independently corroborate the hypothesis that is created, you cannot talk about a day and a conspiracy. You can do that within the realm of one specific field, maybe using one a form of information gathering. But when you add the other elements to it, that's why Egyptology has to be making all of these corrections. Why? Because we got more archaeology now. We got more. We're getting more and more genetic material. We are getting more and more sites are providing more and more information, and because it's different disciplines, right? The story is getting straightened out because it's no longer from one group of people who has the monopoly on the information. So when we talk about um, um, the day, yes, I recognize that. I recognize that even today in some of the nuanced way certain topics are described, and the way they play with words, it's nuanced. But you cannot generalize that statement, especially in a subject like this, when you would require hard evidence to support these types of claims. Like if I said I flew from my island to New York today and back, I would need to substantiate that in different ways. Do I have a private plane? Do I have a pilot license? Can I afford a plane? There are certain questions you would need to ask to verify whether I was actually able to do this. And then there would be certain prerequisites necessary to even consider the claim. Like we know for a fact that the ability to cross the Atlantic, that technology developed in the 1700s. We cannot get around it. Before that, there is migration via the out of Africa migration, and it took 12,000 years for the people to eventually settle in the Americas. By this time, they are genetically distinct. We can't get around that. That's just a fact.
I'm gonna have to leave. I want to make these last comments, and I don't want to deal with the mummification, but I do want to say for those people who are religiously Dr. Ivan Van Sertima, they became before Columbus. Why don't the better proposition would be give credit to the Phoenicians, the Carthaginians, even made those groups of people, those shipbuilders who went to the Canary Islands and West Africa for the possibility of travel to the Americas. Give credit to the Romans and the Greeks, who were better shipbuilders than the canoe builders of West Africa.
No, sir. I'm not doing that. No,
Right?
sir. I'm not giving no white man no credit. No,
So,
sir.
so if I know the Carthaginians, there's definitely knowledge of the Carthaginians in the Canary Islands. Uh, uh, we have more evidence of that, right? Of those groups of people going to the Americas. Give credit now, even give credit to the Egyptians or the Egyptians during the Ptolemy time or during that time period in West Africa. All of those were better shipbuilders because you know why? the modern the evidence in West Africa on shipbuilding, not shipbuilding, canoe building is pretty much the same. There's no evidence at all that there is a technology of boat building uh, uh, that's current. They would have remembered. They would have written about it. They would have made other stories about it.
Let me
So
ask you a question, Reggie, before you break out. So, who are the sea people, and why are they named the sea people? I just want to know in what time period is
Those are
that?
the Greeks. Greeks.
yeah, the sea
So
people.
why they just didn't call them by that name? So you just saying they didn't call them the Greeks?
They were
They just called them the
Mediterranean
sea people.
peoples. They were Mediterranean peoples that traveled and conquered over the Mediterranean islands, and they were very successful in causing havoc in in uh, in the Levant and in Egypt. They were
Right, so
very
you said, but you
successful.
say that they had the ability. Were they coming through with ships, or were they walking around there?
No, they was coming right. They were shipbuilders. Later you might find them as Etruscans. That might be one descendant of these groups of people that inhabited Rome and those Mediterranean islands. Give credit to those people. All those people were better shipbuilders than West Africans. West Africans were not Atlantean type groups of people. They simply were not. The back and forth even between the Canary Islands and Senegal and stuff like that is very, very limited. They were very isolated. So let's just use science and let's use chronology, even if around 1299 to 1312, a group of 50 Africans survived. You're acting as if the native populations of the Americas, right? Now, mind you, there's a bridge of islands called the Caribbean before you get to Americas. So they would have had to bypass the Caribbean islands and get into the Americas.
But see,
right?
like we're saying here, these are all
I'm still talking. So as if the people of the Caribbean who were fishers themselves, they wouldn't have intercepted these ships. How come these survivors of West Africa we did not find themselves in the Caribbean? Why do we only find them in America? And I think Cedric and I think Stupes, I think that they certainly brought that up. So it is a fanciful story if you look at the science of shipbuilding in West Africa. Give credit to Carthaginians. Give credit to the Vikings. Give credit to the Oceania. They are all better shipbuilders than the West Africans. The West Africans are canoe builders.
That's a very good important point, because now you put us in a situation where, because we think that with our mindset that we did everything. So you're limiting us by you saying that. It's like you're limiting us, Reggie. No, hold on, James. I just want to make that point. That's how some people might see it. Like, oh, you trying to say the Africans couldn't do this? So now we're the Superman. And the craziest thing is we run around and say black folks did everything, but yet still we were conquered that easily. It's craziness. You can't have it both ways. It's either we're Superman and made these white people come in and say, you know what, y'all could rule us for 5,000 years. Or we weren't limited in technology just like any other culture. And some people were just more innovative than others. The caravan, like what Brother Reggie just talked about, was brought into Kemet by those Amorite, Hyksos people. Egypt never had that in their culture. So they brought it in. So we just got to accept that. We can't say we did everything and then say we lost to these folks. We can't. You can't have it both ways. Well, go ahead, James. What you wanted to say?
It's another hypothesis that it wasn't the Africans, that it was the people that came from Papua New Guinea, and which were seafaring people in the Pacific. So they would have had to even go to the islands if that were the case. Because
who are you talking about?
The people like the Hawaiians. The Hawaiians, yeah, that's the other running hypothesis, that they came from the Pacific, and those people, the only way they could have gotten to those islands is through being able to be seafaring people, right?
Well, but they were not African.
Yeah, I know that. I never said that. See, I don't know
Okay,
what's
but that's
wrong
the
with
problem.
y'all.
So these
I'm not
people,
saying they were
Hey, brother
African.
Reggie, and brother James. My apologies. 1 second. This brother's been trying to come in. This is the brother that said they had hieroglyphics in Australia. He's been trying to come in. He finally got to come in. I want to get him on here real fast. Hold on 1 second, guys. Don't move. Chaz G, what are you saying now? You said that Australia. What's your source for that?
Hello, you hear me now? Hello?
Yeah, I could hear you right now, brother. What is your source for that, brother? Please don't tell me a YouTube video.
Peace to the chat, peace and prosperity. Yeah, this is Conscious Conqueror coming from Trinidad and Tobago. All the best, all the best. I am nowhere a scholar at this, but how can you debunk the fact that you're seeing hieroglyphs in Australia? What else would that be?
I'm not. Hold on a second, brother. I'm not trying to waste your time and my time and the audience time. Can you give us a scholastic report on this so that we could bring it up tomorrow? It probably won't be talked
I
about
can
today.
do it real quick. It's called the Gosford glyphs, and the
Mhm.
Gosford glyphs are in Australia, and I have looked at it, and I can't say it's not in the style of ancient Egyptian. There is some similarity with the glyphs, but the thing is, when you try to read it, you have problems reading it. So if I share my screen, I show a sample of the Gosford glyphs, and anybody who reads the Medu Neter, I am going to wait, Gosford glyphs. Shucks. 1 second.
I'm gonna read it. Okay.
Anybody who could read the Medu Neter, where is it? It's called the Gosford glyphs. There it goes. I got it. So I'm gonna
I'm
share
gonna
my
read it.
screen. I'm going to share my screen. And let's just do a quick exercise on the Gosford glyphs. Since you brought it up, there are people who have abilities to read the Medu Neter. Okay, so here's the Gosford glyphs right here. Let's just get this out. So here's a sample of the Gosford glyphs. Everybody see it?
Yeah, just press on it. Press on it, Reggie.
Okay.
You got to press on it on your computer. Just press on the picture. Press on the picture of it.
Yeah, it's small right now.
Yeah, there you go. It's gonna come
there
up
you
on the
go.
screen.
Okay.
There you go.
All right. So great. So in ancient Egypt, this would be it would make the hand and it would make the phonetic sound D. This would be a bowl looking like the new bowl. It would be new, right? Give, new, and then the glyph is supposed to be looks like Ray or Ra, right? The sun. Give new to the sun. Like this doesn't make any sense whatsoever phonetically. D new Ray.
Excuse me, brother Reggie. So I just want to say, right? If it
Hold
was
on, brother. Hold on.
Just a quick question. If it
No,
wasn't
no.
ancient, if it
Let him
wasn't the
finish.
Egyptians,
Hold on.
who would have done that?
My brother. Hold
Okay.
on, brother. I got you. Let
No,
Reggie
no
do what he's
problem. I'm
doing
going to
first.
do another exercise.
Reggie, can I disagree?
Yeah.
Because it's down under, right? You have to read it the other way around. So the sun gave to the hand.
The sun gives to the hand. Okay, great.
Somebody block Cedric. Please block Cedric.
Let's just do another exercise. So this is Ankh and this is Jet in. So it would either Jet would be forever, live forever in, or Ankh in, okay, live forever. But the problem is here. Now you have a dead person. So Ankh lives forever, life lives forever, and then okay, so then you have a dead person, and then you have give, and this is the penis. Give penis, and this would be Sanu, right? So give penis, Sanu. We don't have the rest. And then these are supposed to be cartouches. So the fact of the matter is, it seems that somebody had some Egyptian glyphs, and they just put it together. Is there another? Let's just say if there's another. So somebody had an alphabet book of the glyphs, and they
Can I just
put it
say something?
together. Here's
Basically,
another one. This is not
I
an
know you're trying.
Egyptian.
I understand what you're trying to say. It doesn't make sense, right? But logically, right? Why would someone lie about something to prove that Africans travel around the world? Why would anybody in Australia want to prove that Africans
To write a
travel there?
book.
What is the reason?
To write a book to make money. So here, this is the
All
town
that
right
work?
here. Let me just finish.
Hold on, man. Finish up, Reggie.
Just
Hold
to
on,
finish. This is not an Egyptian glyph whatsoever. It's not the seated man. It's not the man with his hand in his mouth. And then there is a sphinx. Whoa, there's a sphinx. So now what you're trying to do is, we all know sphinx comes from or hot. This is the word hot. This makes the word hot, right? Which is foremost. And then so basically what it is it's someone's graffiti. Let's just look at this.
It's a forgery. Just go ahead and just say it, Reggie.
Right. Now we got Inpu. So Inpu shows up and he has an ankh in his hand, but it's not. It's how can I say? It's not in the. It is Inpu.
It's some bullshit.
Right. So here's the Gosford glyphs. So I just wanted to get it out of here real quick.
What about one more thing? What about
Reggie? Do that and see. This is what I want to know.
I want to know what
is it any kind of what did they date this to? You know how they say they can go and date something?
You can't date rock.
You can't date rock.
This is what I'm saying. Now they can't date it. See what I'm saying?
You can't date the rock itself. What they usually date is carbon material that they find around the site that they could attach to the site, and they date that to approximate the time frame that these artworks were created. But this reminds me of the Inca stones. Somehow,
you mean the ones with the dinosaurs? The stones with the dinosaurs?
This is obviously. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Before you do that, Brother Reggie, I want to say I appreciate you doing that, taking the time out to bring that up. Brother, Cosmic Knowledge, whatever you are.
Conscious Conqueror.
Yeah, what do you want to say regarding to Reggie? You said you're trying to say there's some conspiracy to hide the fact that Africans went there. Are you correct? Is that correct?
No, not to hide it. I'm saying there's no reason to put hieroglyphs there because it would just prove that Africans were there. And Australia has Aborigines and white settlers. What's the reason to put hieroglyphs there? To write a book is not a book, really. Who will go through all that to write a book?
So hold on. Watch it. Hold on. Reggie, when do they date this? When do they think this occurred, Reggie?
Listen, I would have to look at it, but I don't think so. But I just want to say this: there is graffiti. There's graffiti in the pyramids. As a matter of fact, there is in the Giza Plateau and stuff like that. There is Arabic written. The Arabs writing on Egyptian artifacts does not prove that Arab writing was early. The problem is what I just showed you was it would be different if it made sense, if we could read it.
Yeah,
but
it was readable.
But it's not even readable.
Reggie, can I ask that question, Reggie, please? Can I ask Reggie a question? Reggie.
Hold on, Stupies. Let me get Rocky. Yeah. Rocky, come on, because you got the archaeology. Go ahead, Rocky. Quick, go ahead.
Nah, I just want to say that joint already been debunked. I know I kind of hopped on probably late in it, but they saying it's a hoax from like the 1980s, bro.
80s. Yeah.
Hey, Rocky, you coming to New York? Did you get stuck with that debate?
Yeah, I got stuck with it. Yeah, I got stuck with it.
You lost your money. Can you complain to Mr. Azaze that you lost your money and see if he apologizes? And if you come, you have my email, Rocky. I'm your dude. Come. Let me know, and I'll walk you around. All right, I got you.
All right.
Reggie. Yeah, Rocky
I'll
big
take
up.
the
Sorry
north.
to
I'll
interrupt. Let
take
me
the
say
L
something.
with
Let me
the
say.
south.
Hold on. Let me say.
Everybody stop. Everybody stop. There's a fake Apep already blocked him. So I don't know if he's still posting. He can't post because I already blocked him. So Apep,
All
the
right.
fake one is already blocked. So I don't know what you're talking about right now.
I'll humbly bow down to this one.
Yeah, Reggie. I just brought up the map of Australia. I went into Google Maps and typed in Godford Cliffs to see where they are located. They're located on the most eastern part of Australia, meaning that the Egyptians will have to sail around Australia and go to the other side of Australia.
But those are
No, people
Egyptians.
don't.
They're superhumans. What are you talking
No,
about?
no, no.
You
No, no,
trying to belittle Africans again? Oh my
no,
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 you
God.
see, this
no,
is
no,
where
no,
all of
no,
you
no,
wrong.
no, no,
At
no. Let
this
me finish. Let
point
me
in
finish.
time, we are
But
talking
what is
as
the
if the
oldest boat
Egyptians
ever
are
found? That's in
African.
Africa.
No, what I'm saying is that
This come from a time when the people was trying to create the narrative that the Egyptians had nothing to do with Africans.
That they
So
were white people.
exactly. So we over here in our new paradigm, understanding that the ancient Egyptian culture is an indigenous African culture, but we are still in the fight against the narrative that exists that these people came from outside. Remember at the start of the video, the man addressed why blackology, no Afrocentrism exists. Sorry, not blackology. So to make the claim that this would only provide evidence that black people were there is wrong. This is trying to prove that the white Egyptians were superhuman and were all the way in Australia. And the fact that it was done in the 1980s, man, that's a mute argument.
I'm gonna do a video. I'm gonna do a video. I'm putting energy into an old channel that I had. I'm going to do a video on my conversation with Mr. Osaze, Mr. Osaze, and in that video, I just tell you, I am going to talk about the tomahawk. I am going to say that Mr. Osaze, along with Dr. York, plagiarized what uh what the white
Reggie, hold on 1 second before you say that. Hey, Chaz G, I'm sorry, Reggie. Don't hold on one second.
no.
My brother Cosmic Conqueror. Don't
Yes,
listen to Reggie.
conscious.
Don't listen to none of these guys. They don't want the truth out there. They're trying to stop the awakening. Do not listen
Trying
to
to
them.
block your light.
Keep teaching. I know you've probably been debating on Facebook and social media and beating up people with this information. Don't stop doing it. Don't listen to them.
Hey,
They are
nothing
pseudos.
wrong. Nothing wrong with asking a question and being wrong. I humble enough to
My brother,
take a
no,
look.
you're not wrong. No,
We appreciate you.
bro, I love that
Yeah, I know.
information
I know.
you brought, bro. Come back again, bro. You got you
No
deep, bro. I
problem.
like you.
Bring
All
up
right.
Now,
bring up
but
the hieroglyphics in the in what do you call it in the Americas inside, what do you call it, that the
The
canyon,
Grand Canyon.
Grand Canyon, bring that
Grand
up.
Canyon.
I want to say this.
Bro, do you know how deep my studies went with that? I actually
You
found
want
the
to actually study
newspaper.
that?
I found a newspaper. Bro, hold up. Do you know there's some truth behind the story?
Man, cut it out, Garfield.
Watch this.
See,
You know
now
what?
we back to the
All right,
genius.
hold
thing.
up. Let Reggie finish his point, James. I'm gonna show you. Hold on.
Okay,
Watch.
so I
Go
want
ahead.
to say to the community, I'm going to do a video on my old channel, Africa Online TV, and one of the things I'm going to talk about with my conversation with Mr. Osaze is that he now we could call him a plagiarist because he plagiarized what Gerald Massey said about the tomahawk. It is Gerald Massey who was trying to show that the Libyans were white, right, and not African, and called them the tomahawk. And Dr. York, prior to any of them, used it. Maybe Mr. Osaze's teacher used it, but they never gave credit to Massey. I think that Massey should get credit for his BS. And I think that these people are hiding the fact that someone like Massey, who would try to say that the Africans in the Nile Valley were not black. That was the point of what his writing was. Now we are using his work. How crazy is that? So hopefully I was gonna do it today, but I joined this channel. I need another 45 minutes to clean it up, or 50 minutes. Maybe I'll do it later. But Mr. Osaze has plagiarized the Tomahawk. Never gave credit to Master.
All right, Garfield, question.
Let me say this for the audience. I am not going nowhere in public with neither Reggie nor Garfield. They're going to get me in a fight unnecessarily.
Yeah. Garfield, question.
Go ahead.
Let me
Hold
say something, Garfield.
James, don't let Stupies change the argument. The April
I'm not changing the argument. Same argument. So the question I'm asking you. No. Okay, when the Egyptian left Australia after making the hieroglyphs on East Australia, he traveled further east. I end up west in California to go to the Grand Canyon. So the Egyptians is the first to circumvent the earth. He went to Australia, left the far side of Australia, and then sailed onto the look. Bring up Google Maps and look where Australia is, and look where the Grand Canyon is.
I gotta mute your mic, bro. You trying to stop?
Listen, that is the reason why. That's the reason why they write the book Around the World in 80 Days. It is plagiarized off of Stupi's.
Watch
this. The Egyptians are the first to circumvent the world.
Watch this. The Grand Canyon. Let me bring my brother Samuel up in here too. Samuel, peace and love, bro. All right. I hope your mic is good because I know you sound always crazy. All right, watch this, James. When they talk about the what they talk about in Arizona, what do they say happened? They said that they found what?
Hieroglyphs. That's what they said.
Hieroglyphs.
No, they found pharaohs and all type of stuff there. Guess what happened? I'm gonna tell. All right, watch this.
I'm just aware of the writing that they said they found. I'm not aware of no actual bodies or nothing like that.
The guy that owned the museum, the guy was supposed to open this big area that's supposed to have Egyptian stuff there. So that's what started the whole rumor about that. I look at I went back to the old newspapers. I was reading the primary documents from that time period. Bro, there was supposed to be this big center built right near where the Grand Canyon is with Egyptian stuff in it. So the people started, they were expecting that to happen, and that's when that whole rumor, I'm now assuming that's where the rumor started from, because there was supposed to be some Egyptian stuff there. Yeah, and then the guy came out and said to the Smithsonian, look at what this guy put. Tony, don't do that, man. The Smithsonian took everything. Come on, man. Don't do that, bro.
I believe Tony Garfield lying. The Egyptians circumnavigated the earth.
You got
proof. They went to Australia first.
No, hold on.
And then they went to the Grand Canyon.
Bro, didn't go Australia first.
Hold on. All you gotta do is just say, "Hey, what? Show me evidence." That's it. The conversation's over.
So where was the oldest boat found? Not in Egypt.
Why it has to be? I'm sorry, bro. I didn't mean to laugh. Yes, my brother, in Egypt.
Who's the first boat builders?
They tried, bro. They
were river boats. They were first rafts. The oldest canoe seems to be in Nigeria, the Nigeria area, and then there is petroglyphs or rock etchings in Chad, and so that is absolutely the oldest artifact that was found. But Sumerian culture also have boats, but that Sumerian culture is it has a wide range. Okay, so it has a wide range of Mesopotamian people, not just the Sumer people. But the oldest artifact that we have of a boat is in West Africa.
Right.
And
most of Africa.
What about this on my screen? What about this right here?
That's what I'm saying. There's so much that we don't know.
This is with the Nubians. They drew this in the Mesolithic culture. This was a picture of how the boats look. If you see how the boat look, that's how they look. The Mesopotamians and the Egyptian boats, that's how they look. But as far as archaeology now, I'm going to show you the oldest boat that they found. Let me show you right now. This is when I was defending Kemet. This was when I was defending Kemet Hardbody.
Hold up, does that have a
Garfield slides? Garfield was going to tear Brother Reggie ass up, boy.
Look at this. The oldest boat hints at early trade routes. This is from June 2nd, the Science magazine, and this is what the Mesopotamian boat looks like right here. That's all they got left of it. But with the Egyptians, because we are superhumans, let me add that. That's our boats. Look at our boats, the Egyptians. That's us. This is what Cedric is trying to hide. This is what Stupies is trying to hide. They don't want you to
us. What us, Garfield? We working so hard to stop this nonsense. Which us? You want to make a next generation of young men.
My Trinity brother, don't listen to them. Cedric is a sellout. Don't listen to them.
What about in Central America? It have evidence of Indian statues in Central America. Indian Shiva. I forgot what you call it. The thing that the Indians pray over, the Shiva worship in stone.
Hold on, brother. What is your source?
What about that?
What is your source? You're not gonna do the what about stuff with me. You're not gonna get away with that because you have.
But it's hard evidence. But you can go and look at it.
I don't know if it exists. I don't know if you made it up. Just show me a source, bro. That's all I ask.
It's a documentary I saw with it. It's hard evidence. It's stones there. Just like right, you all debunk the hieroglyphs right in Australia, right? Because it doesn't make sense. But the ones with Indian stones carvings is what the Indians worship for Shiva no, is what they pour milk on. I forget what they call it. But that was found in Central America. How the Indians reach there?
Because they have nuclear bombs. We know that. We know from their thing they had nuclear bombs and they could fly. So
is that serious question?
Listen.
No, y'all not being fair though. Y'all not.
Listen, no. Let me be fair, Garfield, because I've watched Ancient Aliens, and they've shown that many of the Indian Mustavas were actually spaceships. Go and watch Ancient Aliens and they explain that the Indians tell a story of the gods fighting on spaceships.
Put a one in the chat. Put a one in the chat if I should block Stupies. Everybody put a one in the chat.
No, because people don't want the truth.
They don't want the truth, Stupies. They don't want the truth.
The truth. They don't want the truth. The truth is that the Indians were able to fly 10,000 years before.
With any one of you. Reggie, don't call a man a plagiarist now. Garfield gaslighting and Stupies just pumping the fire. Are you wicked? Are you need to stop? Are you need to stop?
So you're telling me the Egyptians could build a Great Pyramid, right, with such precision, but can't sail across the Atlantic. Such precision, right? You can explain that.
I'm going to
Explain that part. Explain that part.
Stone.
Conqueror. Hold on a second, my brother. Listen. So you're saying the technology of building pyramids is equated with shipbuilding? Is that what
I find shipbuilding is less of a technology than building the Great Pyramid.
Does that mean the Egyptians should be able to build like you ever watch a show called The Love Boat with that big ship? You're saying the Egyptians would be equipped based on building pyramids. They could build those type of ships back then.
But
the kind of technology used to build that Great Pyramid is
missed a point.
Much more advanced. Much more advanced.
Moses.
We can't even build the Great Pyramid in this time. We can't even build the Great Pyramid right now.
Let me take it a step further. Let me take it a step further. Ancient Egyptians was so good at building.
Hold on, Cedric. So listen to this. This is what we do, right? We hear an allegation and we always try to respond with scholarship and with common sense. But we're going about it wrong. Now James says and jumped up and said, "I'm saying the same thing too." All right, watch it.
I didn't say that. I said I agree with what his understanding.
What he's trying to say. Logic. Watch this.
With his logic is saying that if someone is intelligent enough to build a pyramid,
that's fine. All right, that's fine.
They should be able to build a ship.
They should.
We can't even build that pyramid now.
Hold on a second, brother. Now I'm gonna ask you a question, my Trinidadian friend. I'm gonna ask you a question.
Yes, Talk to my yard man.
Do you have evidence of any ships at all that you can present to us a source that will make your argument better. That's all
Yeah,
I
but okay,
want.
okay, check this out, right? If the Great Pyramid is predated to be say beyond the
My
Younger
brother,
Dryas
no,
period,
I asked you for
can I
evidence of
finish?
ships. No,
But
I'm
let
not
me
doing
answer
that
the
right.
question.
So answer the
If
question.
the
Do you
Great
have
Pyramid,
evidence, yes or no?
with the new scholarship now, they predate the pyramid to be beyond the Younger Dryas period, over 12,000 years old. They would have no evidence of shipbuilding that old. It will be it have no evidence. It's too far in time to have evidence of that. That's beyond the Younger Dryas period. The Great Pyramid, not the other pyramid, not the Red Pyramid, the Great Pyramid. Whoever built that had enough technology to go all over this planet.
Well, we
That's
have.
my
Can
right.
I say this? Well, we have. We have the writings of the ancient Egyptians, and we
Right.
have their stories. And so, one of the stories we have is the shipwrecked sailor. The shipwrecked sailor is about the frightening experience at sea for the ancient Egyptians. Uh,
Right.
the Red Sea, they had to only deal with the Red Sea, which is not the Atlantic
Right.
Ocean. And through
Mhm.
that story, you could see all the problems. As a matter of fact, the reason why God hears and sees in the ancient Egyptians, he had thousands of eyes and millions of ears to hear your
Mhm.
cries based on what was happening in the sea. So that's when the sea was so terrible to the ancient Egyptians that they gave God eyes and ears to hear their cries at sea. That became a part of the Amun worship. So we have their own testimony and their fears about the sea. That that was something that was really difficult for them to
Can,
deal with. But
can
Garfield? Can I ask you a favor?
can I address the logic?
What's up, Reggie?
Hold
Oh, sorry.
Hold on.
What's the
Garfield, I
age of
don't
the
ask.
Great Pyramid, Reggie? What's the age of the Great Pyramid in your opinion? What's the age of the Great Pyramid?
Oh, you trying to say it's 20,000 years old because of the
Well,
water,
it's
the water damage that they have? Are you going to use
because
that word
the
as an
alignment of Orion's belt, the
See, that's
alignment
what
of
I
the
was talking
stars.
about, the
Exactly.
astronomical alignments
There's no
early.
alignment
That's
of Orion. That's
undeniable
fake.
facts.
That's fake, bro. That's not even
How
real.
that's fake?
Garfield, can I ask you a
I
favor?
can't do this tonight. You know what, Reggie? Go ahead,
Garfield,
Reggie.
okay,
We got
I'm gonna share
45
my
minutes.
screen.
Mhm.
I'm going to show just for inquiring minds, just as a preview to my video. Real quick. Okay, so Gerald Massey in the Book of Beginnings, given to us by Chuck Morgan, he says in Egypt, the Egyptians identify themselves on the mount. This is Massey. The Egyptians identify themselves on the monuments as the Rut, not the Remed. A pictorial representation is found on the tomb of Seti I or four races of people arranged in groups of 4 men each. These are the Nasi, not the Nahesi, but the Nasi. The Hemo men, which he wanted to say that the Tehemo, right, or men of the light brown hue with blue eyes and hair and in the bag. This is Massey. The Tamahu, who are fair as Europeans, and the Rut, who are the Egyptians. These are typical groups not meant merely for conquered races, as may be gathered from the significance of their names. The Tamahu, or light complexioned people. In Egyptian, Tama means people and created. Who is white, light ivory, the Tamahu, or the created white people. This is what Gerald Massey said. This is the earliest conversation on who the Tamahu is. Chuck Morgan, he is challenging Dr. York on this, but the person who's continuing this Tamahu is our brother who is an expert, who is spiritual, we should always listen to. So the Tamahu goes to the Book of the Beginnings of Gerald Massey, and Mr. Osasi should give credit to Gerald Massey. So I'm gonna stop sharing my screen. I want everybody to know when he brings up the Tamahu, say that you should source Gerald Massey. Otherwise, it is plagiarism. Thank you so much.
Hey Reggie, does who mean white? I just want to know.
Yo, all right, listen. We got to deal with
Brother
James.
Garfield.
James wanted to say something real quick. Go ahead, James.
I was just asking Reggie, does who mean white? Because that's what he just
Reg,
read.
Reggie said, answer my question. How old is the Great Pyramid? He still didn't answer that question, though.
Yeah, well,
In his scholarly opinion.
I'm just gonna do it like this: is the Great Pyramid, Khufu, Khafre, and Menkaure, are they older than the Step Pyramid?
No.
Are they older than the Bent Pyramid?
No.
Is it older than the Red Pyramid?
No.
So Imhotep is credited to helping design Neterket or Zoser's pyramid prior to the Khufu, Khafre, and Menkaure pyramid. The question that you really want to ask is really how old is the Sphinx? Because I think that's what you really want to ask, right? And so what I just said was without answering your question
pyramid too.
without an exact date, right? Without answering your question in an exact date, what I did was I gave you what we know of pyramid building in the Nile Valley.
All right. So, what period is that?
Of pyramid building, you can Google that.
All right. So basically,
it's
not more than 12,000 years ago. So you don't think that is lined up with the Orion's belt?
No.
All right. Okay.
No.
Just want to hear.
Hold on, guys. Stop for a minute. Stop. This is very important. I don't want anybody to gloss over it. This is a very serious conversation now. All fun and jokes aside, the gentleman thinks that the Sphinx is dated to like around 12,000 years ago. There's a lot of people in our community that believe what he's saying. Nobody has challenged that. So I'll say to the brother, what evidence do you have that it's 12,000 years old? What is the evidence that you have?
The best evidence was you're talking about the erosion on the Sphinx on the outside, and that erosion has to be heavy rainfall.
Right, the heavy rainfall. But let me ask you this though: when did
one more thing? The Sphinx is a lion. It's Age of Leo.
Hold on, brother. Hold on a second. You're excited.
Age of Leo.
Right. Hold on a second. Watch this. Do you have any records from the actual Egyptians, those African people, saying that it was built 12,000 years ago?
All right. Does it have any hieroglyphs in the Great Pyramid?
Hold on, family. Let this brother talk from Trinidad.
Does it have any hieroglyphs in the Great Pyramid?
In the Queen's Chamber, it seems that there was hieroglyphics or writing, but the salt dissolved it.
They're saying that the hieroglyphs came away after they built the Sphinx and the Great Pyramid.
Who is the they?
Yeah.
The scholars that are on these documentaries that I am watching.
All right, now watch this. Now
the information is out there.
Hold on. What's the first pyramid that was built in Egypt? Does anybody know?
I believe, from what I see on documentaries, is those three pyramids that line up with Orion's belt have to be the oldest thing there.
The Egyptians documented them building the pyramids.
The Step Pyramid was the first one.
Yeah, but the documents you're reading from mightn't be the same people who build the three pyramids.
My brother, throw your documentaries away. You're gonna go with what the Africans said. Why everybody running from what the Africans said? This is just so un-African. Why do we want to listen to documentaries and not listen to the Africans? The Africans are writing that they are the ones that's building these pyramids. So why do we want to give credit to 12,000 years ago if we're giving aliens credit? Then we're gonna say it's not age when they said it's age. Why are we doing that? All you gotta do is go. They got primary sources, bro.
Well, what I'm gonna do is
hold on, Reg. What we're gonna do is on next. I don't think I'm gonna probably tomorrow. We could do it tomorrow if Reggie got time. We could talk about the primary documents of what they talk about the workers, what they were doing, and what they were how they helped to build the pyramids, and what they were saying about building the pyramids. I think that is good enough. We don't need nothing else.
You ever see the statues from pre-dynastic period? How perfect they build those statues. Perfect compared to the dynasties after. It's two different people. It's two different beings.
What pre-dynastic? Hold on a second. Stop right there. What pre-dynastic stuff are you talking about?
If you ever look at the statues that they show you, right? There's a lot of YouTubers now showing you all the people go in Africa all the time and showing you these things.
I have been to
How they
Africa.
made.
I have
Right.
been to
Have you
Egypt.
ever?
I went
Reggie,
to
you
Egypt in
ever
1987.
I know
So,
about this. I've been looking at Reggie. I know you're a
okay.
pioneer in this. I respect you, full respect about you, humble, right? But
Student.
Reggie, when you went Egypt, you ever saw the drill marks of certain holes in certain parts of the pyramids, the broken parts of the pyramids?
Yeah.
Have you seen like the drill holes, like a machine did that?
Yeah.
That's not no stone. That's not no clay.
I know. Okay.
Tools.
So I
Right.
will say this. So
Hold on, Reggie. Are you saying the aliens built the pyramids, bro?
I never said aliens, I never said aliens.
What are you saying then?
According to, they says the netters. Any Egyptian says the netters build them. Who the netters?
I apologize, family. I can't do this.
I'm off that.
I would say this. Let me just help the family
I
out.
apologize. My patience has gone.
Okay.
We got
who's the netters?
36 more minutes and I'm out of here.
Let me just say this. Okay, as far as the manufacture and the construction of materials in ancient Egypt, one of the things you should know is that the ancient Egypts had created a base or an acid to help them with the softening of stone and other materials. So they have an acid or a base that they use a chemical from a plant that has chemical properties. So then they're able to soften up, and then they're able to kind of drill. So that helps them.
Drill with what? What kind of tool they drilling with?
with copper.
Yo, Saber Reggie.
Reggie, Reggie, you've been to Egypt, Reggie. You ain't touching yourself on fields,
Saber Reggie.
tools.
May I speak? Yo, may I speak? Yo, what up, everybody on the panel? I've been listening for a minute, and I'm gonna say this straight out. It's very unfortunate that we have one of the greatest minds in the Black community, that we could have somebody that could sit up with the Egyptologists, the white historians that talk about Egypt, and we don't even understand the things that he's saying. We are trying to argue with him. We have people on the panel who are not accepting the information. They're challenging the information because they're mixing belief with history.
I don't believe anything.
In the world.
Stop,
bro. Stop. Please don't interrupt me. Don't do that. You've been interrupting everybody, bro.
I don't believe.
Bro.
I don't believe anything.
Bro, can you please stop?
Chill out, Trini, chill out. And Sabio, chill out, man. Chill out. It ain't that serious. But chill out, Trini.
Yeah, it's not that serious. It's not that serious. I respect Reggie. I just watch already.
Let him finish saying what he's saying, man. Go ahead, Sabio. Finish saying what you're saying, bro.
You see, I wasn't saying you believe anything. I'm saying you're mixing the things that you have been taught to believe about certain things with the facts. And you may respect Reggie. Yeah, I'm talking to everyone on the panel. Everyone who's challenging him with no sources, no information, don't know how to read the meta-netter, never been to Egypt, never been in the pyramids.
That's right.
None of that. Y'all just talking from emotion.
I'm asking questions. I'm not telling him. I'm asking him a question. I'm not telling him anything. I'm asking him. What's wrong with asking a question? If I don't know something and I have to ask a question to know.
Can I go after Sabio, please?
Yes, you can, Sid. I'm done.
Go ahead, bro.
From the time we started the conversation, I wanted to slow it down because we started to build a conversation off of a logical fallacy, which is false equivocation, right? We assume that because these people were so good at applying themselves to masonry, which also including developing chemical agents to soften the material to actually be able to drill, the precision at which they use basic geometry. We admire that so much that we now make the false equivocation to assume that that automatically meant that the technology of the time was developed to the point that they could have done things that they weren't able to do. So that's why we get a question like, if they could build a pyramid, why they can't build a ship? So they could build a pyramid, why they couldn't build a plane? Like, understand the limitations of the time and the environment that they were in. The technology and just basic human development wasn't to the point that they were able to do that. But you built the argument on a false premise. Number two, you confuse entertainment for scholarship. You watch a documentary, and I know I could tell you the author, and it's the Mr. Graham and another guy named Farik in the documentaries, which are doing all the speculation. And what we tend to miss is the fact that they always use the word perhaps, could possibly be, might. They are selling you entertainment. There is no alignment with Orion's belt, because when you go and actually do the research, you realize that the last pyramid is off by so much degrees. And if they were going to do it right, why didn't they put all in just the same sequence? No, it has no alignment there. These claims you're making, I know it's from Graham, I know it's from his History Channel. This is entertainment, and you can't confuse that.
Can I just say something?
Let me finish.
All right.
Let me finish. So when you bring up a documentary, you are entering into a false premise again of discussion, because you're equating entertainment to actual science. So the questions going to continue to come based on a false premise. So we got to get our mindset right, understand the logical fallacies we're making when we think a certain way, correct the thought process, then the question's going to become relevant to the subject. Take your head out the entertainment and dive into the actual material, and then you won't have the
What makes you think that's entertainment?
Exactly. How that's entertainment? And it's not just the alignment of the stars, it's how the rocks are together. You can't even put a paper between it, the angles, they line up with true north of the earth. You can't do that with modern technology, no?
Everybody stop. One
How
mic,
that's
one mic,
entertainment?
one mic.
No, I
One mic.
can.
Trini. Hold on 1 second, guys. Trini, what source
Yes,
do you have that the Orion's belt is aligned with the pyramid? What is your source for that?
Well, number one, if you look at it from the sky view, you can see it is the same pattern as the stars. The stars itself has a certain angle.
How did
It
you
looks
see?
just like that.
Did you use the binoculars, or did you use a telescope? What did you
know
use?
what?
All right,
Hold
okay.
on, James. Hold on, James.
I did not dig so deep into it because it looks so obvious. I don't mind going and do research, right? I'll go and research it again. But that's just one part of it. You talk about
Dagger Squad.
that's just
Dagger
one
Squad.
part of it.
Hold on there, Rocky. Make a note of this. We got to talk about the
one part.
alignment with Orion tomorrow, and we have to talk about the dating of the pyramids. We have to talk about those two topics, because that's something that nobody's going to really agree on, but we need to have a conversation, because
And when we gonna talk about Massey? When we gonna talk about the Tomahawk?
Hold on a second. Hold on.
Who means
No,
what?
because this
100 BCE is
Bro, Reggie ain't playing.
This is the daily topic of Africans saying around the world, because people use this to prove that Africans are all over the world, but it's either the Africans or the ancient people who were here before us, whether you want to call them aliens or people who were here before.
All humans are
I was just
Africans.
waiting for the alien part. I was just waiting for that part.
No. I never said aliens. I never said aliens. Some people will say aliens. I never said aliens. I never said aliens.
There's no sources. There's all documentaries. I watch Graham Hancock, and I watch this guy, and I watch this guy, and I watch that guy, and that gonna make us be knowledgeable. I'm not doing that. There's no proof.
Okay,
There's
hold
no
on.
evidence.
If I don't get
Zachariah
$12,
Stitchin
if
and
I don't get
Arthur Graham.
$12 out of the 218, I'm not coming back on tomorrow. I just let you know that this dude plagiarized or did not source Massey, and Massey says that who means white people, and Tom means created, and Tamahu means the created white people. Thank you, Chuck Morgan, because Chuck Morgan did this a long time ago, and I was just waiting. So so if I don't get $12, y'all, I'm not coming back no more, because I helped you out, because this person is poisoned the community with the Tamahu and then source Massey.
All right.
And,
No
all
problem.
right.
Well, let's support Reggie. Support Reggie.
Yeah, I need
Hold on
$12.
1 second, James.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm right here.
So you hold to. So you have seen evidence
No, yes, I have.
of the,
Now,
the alignment of the Orion pyramids. Have you seen evidence of that?
Yes.
Okay.
So now, what I want to ask is, you're saying that the evidence that these people said that they actually went back and did the figures, they're lying. That's basically what you're saying, and that the king, and that the king's shaft and the Great Pyramid does not align to Orion's belt, and that the queen's shaft does not align to the star series, the Sirius star. You're saying that that's not true. I want to get you on record as saying that's what you're saying, that's all false, is what you're saying.
Trinity, you cannot talk out of turn, bro. That's a pet peeve of mine. Don't do that, beloved.
Sorry.
So I'm just asking you, is that what you're saying, Garfield?
Hold on. I'm going to say to you now that the pyramids in Egypt, ancient Egypt, is not Kemet. Kemet is from the 11th dynasty. Those people did not align the pyramids with the Orion's belt. It's not true.
That ain't what I'm talking about. You're not listening.
That's what the brother is talking about. He said Orion's belt.
No,
Yeah,
I'm talking about the king's chamber has a shaft that's supposed to be aligned. That's supposed to be directly aligned to Orion's belt.
The king's shaft. So hold on a second. Trini, are you saying Orion's belt is aligned with the pyramids?
Correct is right. Yes, the Great Pyramids, the three of them.
Right. Well, James is not saying the same thing as you.
Okay.
No, he is. That shaft points to another star.
That has nothing to do with the Orion's belt, though. He's talking about. He's talking about something totally different. Yes,
no,
I've read something like what James has said, but you know what?
It's not just Orion's belt.
Hold on, my brother. We are going to talk about it tomorrow.
Right? I think that's serious. The point is serious.
There's no sources. We're just talking off of memory right now, so everybody could say anything. All right. Let me get Saya, Ghana, Scythian, whatever your name is, my brother. Forgive me for saying that. But let me get you in here. What's on your mind, beloved?
I'm going just listening to what y'all saying. For one, you're saying you don't understand, you can't see the connection between Orion's belt and the positioning of the pyramids. You can't look and see that?
My brother, there's no... Okay, can you prove it to me? Prove it to me right now.
Just look in the sky or Google it.
My brother, I'm not
Google
Orion. I'm not Googling anything, my brother. I got a whole... Hold on. Stop.
If you're going to ask me to talk...
Stop.
Why talk over me when you ask
me?
My
brother, stop.
Don't talk?
I am not...
You want me to talk or not?
Have a good night, my brother. I said stop. We're going to have some order. You want to come in here and shout and tell me on? I'm not doing that. All I'm going to say is, if you want to say that, give me a source. As a matter of fact, you know what? Give me a source and let me pull it up right now. Go ahead, Saya. Give me a source.
A source? Look in the sky.
Look at a
map of the structure of the pyramid.
My brother.
It looks just like the Orion's belt. Look at it. Look at it.
Don't talk over me.
My brother. What is your source? Give me a
moment to learn.
I can't tonight, Garfield. I can't.
Give me a source. That's all I'm asking for.
Now do you understand why I made the claim, when I make the point about entertainment versus scholarship? You're all going to bring up History Channel, Ancient Aliens, and that is not a source over here. We need to read an article where the scientists and the archaeologists make those claims.
I'll bring one tomorrow. I'll bring one up tomorrow for you.
History Channel. Hold on. Is one TV. That is the pseudo. That's the pseudo home. Oh, it's on TV. It has to be right. Graham Hancock. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exodus happened.
No,
Yeah,
Yeah. All that stuff
no,
is
it's
there.
not that.
Zachariah Stitches. You
It's
think
something
we
you can
didn't
see with your own eyes.
you think we didn't see all these things already? You think we don't know all these pseudo arguments? The difference is when we watch it and be entertained, we open up an actual article. We go and read. We challenge ourselves because we employ a certain degree of skepticism. This is healthy thinking. So when we ask for a source, we know there is none that is going to make that claim hard because these are fringe dudes who make entertainment, not scholarship. It's in their wording. Perhaps, could be, there is a possibility of. If we look at this, it might well be. Because if we make this correlation, we could then see that this is all pseudo talk. This is entertainment. This is creating a possibility of. It isn't establishing anything as fact. So this is where the mind goes wrong.
But
And
ask you
then you
something.
bring these arguments here.
If you see a stone and you slap the stone, that's not a stone?
Hold on a second. Saya,
Right,
I'll
if
mute
you
your
look
mic.
up in the sky, you see any stars. You have to get scholarly facts to see three
Hey,
stars under the same pattern of the three pyramids. That's common sense. Common sense don't come in book.
Trini, chill out, bro. Chill out. Saya, unmute your mic. Saya, unmute your mic. Saya, unmute your mic. Unmute your mic, bro. Come on, unmute your mic. Where's he at? I got a bad connection.
So in the meantime, I say that it does align with it based on what I'm reading right now.
Right? All right.
Yeah, what I'm reading right now.
We're not gonna do nothing bad.
I ain't talking about I'm just talking about the shaft. Let me be clear to what I'm saying.
Okay. All right. Watch this. The Orion correlation theory is a fringe theory in Egyptology, explaining a possible purpose in the arrangement of the pyramid complex at Giza. It posits that there is a correlation between the location of the three largest pyramids of the Giza pyramid complex and Orion's belt of the constellation Orion, and that this correlation was intended as such by the original builders of the Giza pyramid complex. The stars of Orion were associated with Osiris, the god of birth and afterlife by the ancient Egyptians. Depending on the version of the theory, additional pyramids can be included to complete the picture of the Orion constellation, and the Nile River can be included to match with the Milky Way. The theory was first published in 1989 in Discussions in Egyptology. It was the subject of a bestseller, The Orion Mystery, in 1994, as well as a BBC documentary, The Great Pyramid Gateway to the Stars, and appears in some New Age books. Now, I'm going to say this, right, before I read any further, right? I want to know who is on the side. So my brother saying that they aligned up with whatever, right? Now watch this. We know Robert Bravall is a major guy. You see Robert Bravall, you see Graham Hancock, all this stuff, right?
Yeah, they hate Robert Bravall. The Egyptologists, they hate him.
Hold on, beloved. Let me finish. Arguments made against Hancock, Bavell, Anthony West, and others concerning the significance of the proposed correlations have been described as a form of pseudo-archaeology. Look at all these white critiques now. I don't trust them. Among these are critiques from two astronomers. What are they, black or white? I don't know if I should trust it. Two astronomers. Who is Ed Krupp and Tony Fearall? Oh, one from South Africa too? Oh man. Using planetarium equipment, Krupp and Fearall independently investigated the angle between the alignment of Orion's belt and north during the era cited by Hancock, Baval, which differs from the angle seen today or in the 3rd millennium BC because of the precession of the equinoxes. They found that the angle was somewhat different from the perfect match thought to exist by Baval and Hancock in the Orion correlation theory. They estimate 47 to 50 degrees per the planetarium measurements compared to the 38-degree angle formed by the pyramids. Krupp pointed out that the slightly bent line formed by the 3 pyramids was deviated towards the north, whereas the slight kink in the line of the Orion's belt was deformed to the south. And to match them up, one or to the other of them had to be turned upside down. Indeed, this is what was done in the original book by Baval and Gilbert. Comes of the pyramids and Orion without revealing that the pyramids map had been inverted. Krupp and Farrell found other problems with their argument, including noting that if the Sphinx is meant to represent the constellation of Leo, did we just hear that earlier? Then it should be on the opposite side of the Nile from the pyramids, Orion. That vernal equinox, 10,500 BC, of course, this is where the 12,000 year figure come from, was in Virgo and not Leo. And that in any case, the constellations of the zodiac originate from where? Mesopotamia, and were completely unknown in Egypt until the much later Greco-Roman period. Ed Krupp repeated this upside-down statement in the BBC documentary Atlantis Reborn. And for those who don't know, go back to my video that said zodiac and horoscopes did not originate in Kemet, because they did not deal with zodiacs and the signs attached to the horoscope until the Greco-Roman period. Period. So
Yeah,
who
but we
want to
back to
jump and
square
say this is a lie?
Daggers.
I do want to find the part where the brother said the northern part. I do have an article. I do have it in my slides. I don't want to bring the slides back up. That these with the stuff about that, whatever. But anyway, the theory that the Sphinx is far older has received very limited support from geologists. Robert Schoch has argued that the effects of water erosion on the Sphinx and its surrounding enclosure mean that parts of the monument must originally have been carved at the latest between 7,000 to 5,000 BC. It don't even go as far as 12,000 as the people say.
It goes back further than what they gave it.
Hold on, beloved. Colin Reeder has suggested a date only several hundred years prior to the commonly accepted date for construction. These views have been almost universally rejected by mainstream Egyptologists who, together with a number of geologists, including James Harrell, Lal Ghauri, John Sinai, and Javante Bandiapadai, stand by the conventional dating for the monument. Their analysis attribute the apparently accelerated wear on the Sphinx variously to modern industrial pollution, qualitative differences between the layers of limestone in the monument itself, scarring by windborne sand, or temperature changes causing the stone to crack. So let me repeat something that's very important for people that follow Kemet. They knew nothing about no astrological horoscope chart, which these guys trying to point out, oh, it's connected to Leo, it's connected to this. They know nothing about that. They knew about connecting to stars, but not to the actual planets. There's a
not
big
horoscope chart, constellations.
So hold on.
No. We know about the constellation from the time of Seti the First and all that stuff. So yes,
right, that's different. The horoscopes.
They deal with constellation and stars, but they don't deal with the planets because they didn't know there was 9 planets yet. They never knew that.
In Sumeria, they have proof of 9 planets. Sumeria, have Sumerian
show me that.
of 9 planets.
Watch this. Show me that. Show me that right now. Show me that evidence. Show me the evidence right now of that. Show me the evidence of that right now.
I'm on my phone. I can't show you, but it is there. I've seen it before. Sumeria has it.
Nobody knew, bro. They only knew 5 planets, bro, and they called the sun and the moon an extra planet to make it 7. That's why they had the 7-day week. That's why they had the 7-day rest period. That's why they had all of that.
So hold on.
So what I see is false then.
You out of control over here, Garfield. Right now. For real.
They have proof of 9 planets in Sumeria.
Hold on a second. Who is talking? Because
this is
talking
James.
to everybody.
It's somebody else talking. But I'm just
James,
saying you
what's
done
up,
went too
James?
far, Garfield.
James,
I
what
mean,
are you
like
just
for
saying?
real.
James, what's up?
You're basically saying that these people was illiterate of certain things when most of what we use today come from them.
That has nothing to do with the 9 planets, though, my brother.
They knew of the 9 planets.
I'm saying
Sumeria.
to you that Egypt, Sumer, Hittites, Canaanites, whoever, did not know there were 9 planets. They thought there only was 5.
But
And
there's
they
an
count
ancient
hold
carving
hold up.
of our sun
If
with
this
9 planets.
bro, you done for the night, bro. You ain't got no discipline. You ain't got no discipline. I love you, Trini. Thanks for coming on, but you ain't got no discipline. You continue to interrupt while people are talking, and I give everybody time to talk. Now, listen to this now, African James. Listen to this. I am saying the Egyptian people, ancient Egyptians, and the ancient Mesopotamians, the ancient Canaanites, the ancient Syrians, the ancient whoever, did not know there were 9 planets. There were 5 planets they knew of, but they added 2. They added the sun and the moon to make 7. That's why the Mesopotamians had a 7-day week. It started with that.
Okay, now watch this, Garfield. I dig that, right?
Mm-hmm.
But see, that does not denote the fact. Just think about what you're saying right now. You're saying that they were so smart that they could identify planets in their solar system. They identified 5 of them at least.
Okay.
Is what you're saying. So they had the capability to identify planets. Okay. The source of all of this is what I'm saying comes from them. The days of the week, the 7-day week, and all that stuff comes from them because of mathematics. You understand what I'm saying? All of this stuff that we're dealing with is math. The base math, that we're dealing with right now comes from Kemet. I'm going to say that again. And I'm not going to even waver off of it. I'm going to say that again. The base mathematics of what all that we deal with today, they would not be able to do. We wouldn't even be on the computer without the base mathematics of what they put down in Kemet. You know that's true, and I know that's true.
How does Kemet come into the conversation? I'm curious
because
about
everything that we're dealing
all right, what's
with.
What's the oldest mathematics papyrus in the world?
Why have to be a papyrus?
What's the oldest evidence of math in the world? What's the oldest evidence of math?
It's the bone, the Shango bone. That's the oldest relic that we have.
Is that in Kemet?
No, that's in Uganda.
So
but that's hold on.
Again.
But all of that would be still considered the Great Lakes of the Nile Valley region.
James, stop 1 second. Saya, I'm gonna let you talk, but you gotta apologize for calling me a fool in my private chat.
I apologize for calling you a fool if you'll give me a chance to speak.
You ain't gonna talk tonight. I'm gonna make sure of that. All right, but go ahead, James. You ain't gotta call me a fool, bro. We all grown, man.
What I'm saying, Garfield,
what's up,
the
James?
origins. We all know that the origins of pretty much all of this stuff starts south of Egypt. It gets to its nucleus.
So it's not Kemet. It's not Kemet again. It's the south of Egypt.
Excuse me. What are you saying?
You saying so? You just said all of it come from Kemet. Then we brought up the Shango bone.
No. What I said that we
where does the Shango
know.
bone come from?
If you're a learned person,
I'm not. Hold on. For the people that's listening, James, where does the Shango bone come from?
It comes from like New Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania area down there where the Great Lakes.
Is that Kemet, brother? Is that Kemet?
No, but that is the origins of the Nile Valley. We all know this. I mean, we ain't gonna act like we don't know.
I just wanted to give somewhere else credit than Kemet. That's all. I'm missing.
Yeah. But I'm always down for that because.
But I'm trying to tell you though. Let's go to the 9 planets though. When did Kemet know there were 9 planets? Can you break that down?
I'm not sure if they knew about 9, but if they just knew about 5 for their time, that's fine. I mean, you got people. They just this new telescope that they just launched. The stuff evolves. So all I'm saying is the base material starts there. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
That's all I'm saying. Okay. But what I'm saying, brother, is what you got to do is we can't just sit up and try to act like what we know today didn't start right there. Because the whole concept of
let me ask you a question. Is there 60 seconds in a minute?
Is there 60 seconds in a minute? According to what we know right now, yes.
Is there 60 minutes in an hour?
According to what we know right now, yes.
Well, you
But
owe that to the Mesopotamians.
according to you. See
Not
what I'm
according to
saying?
me, according to science.
Yeah. See, that's what I'm saying, because you
Because
know
they
it's an
were the
argument.
ones
Hold
that
on.
came up with a
Don't
60
do
base.
this,
Hold on.
Garfield.
Because
Don't
they
act
came
like
up
it's
with
not
the
an
60
argument
base.
amongst the
Hold
Europeans about this.
Because they were the ones that came up with the 60 base system. That's their system. They have their own system, bro. Now, as far as 365-day calendar, that's Kemet. I could say that.
But
I
you
ain't got
know
no
that's
argument.
all bull BS. All of that math still is going on, even if whatever
You can't
Mesopotamia.
say that, bro. You don't know what cultures know. Humans are innovators.
No, what
bro.
I'm saying is all of that math still winds up to the same thing, because you still got a 365-day calendar today.
That's what I'm saying. No. I'm saying to you that
That's those seconds don't change.
No, I'm telling you right now, when you have a based system in Mesopotamia, you got to give them their props. Everything is not from Kemet, bro. Everything is just not from Kemet.
See, but then, like what you do, Garfield, you always say, where's the documentation of Mesopotamia with this information? Pull that.
Okay. You know what? I'm going to put that down.
In contrast to when Kemet, I would like to see the evidence and weigh that out. Because, you know, they always say a lot of things about Mesopotamia, but we never find any documentation to back up a lot of the things.
Watch this. I'm gonna do a simple Google
like
search.
cuneiform is supposed to be before.
I'm gonna prove a simple point. Watch this.
Okay.
I'm gonna Google mathematics, right? I'm gonna Google mathematics just by itself, right? I'm gonna do this, and I'm gonna press on mathematics, and then I'm gonna share my screen, and I want you to look at this. I want you to look at this article of math. And look at what the Google. We're just gonna use Google. No big deal.
Okay.
We're just gonna use Google.
Because I know see, that's what I'm saying. I do this, Garfield. I don't understand why you're doing this.
I'm messing with you tonight because I want you to acknowledge something. Now, we say mathematics. They say the word is from Greek and all that stuff.
See?
But we know Egypt is the king of mathematics, right? Would you agree to that?
Right. This is what they do.
Watch this. I scroll down the history, right? Watch this. It says, the history of mathematics is an ever-growing series of abstractions. Evolutionarily speaking, the first abstraction ever to be discovered, one shared by many animals, was probably that of numbers. The realization that, for example, a collection of 2 apples and a collection of 2 oranges. All right. Evidence for more complex mathematics does not appear until around 3000 BC, when the Babylonians and Egyptians began using arithmetic, algebra, geometry for taxation and other financial calculations for building and construction and for astronomy. Now look at this now. The oldest mathematical texts from Mesopotamian Egypt are from 2000 to 1800 BC. Why do they say that?
Yeah, because they interject in Mesopotamia when they don't need to. That's
why. But hold on a second. The Babylonians also possessed a place value system and used a sexagesimal numerical system. This is a system about 60 and all that stuff that I was talking about earlier. But the oldest text, hold on a second. I'm gonna find this for you real quick. Let me find something for you real quick. I'm gonna find something for you.
Before the Babylonians come into existence, is the pyramids already built? I'm just gonna ask you that. Before they start, before they appear in text, is the pyramids already built before the Babylonians?
That's fine, but what we're going to look at is when the Mesopotamian, Babylonian mathematics, right? Let's look, not even Babylonian mathematics. Let's look at Mesopotamian mathematics. Why is it Mesopotamia and Egypt are 2000 to 1800 BC? Why is that? Why they give that figure?
I just told you that they're interjecting the Mesopotamian with Egypt because they always do this on Google.
All right, watch this now. Look what I'm going to do right here. I'm going to go to this article called The History of Mathematics. Now, I want you to look at this. I want you to read this for me. What does it say right here?
It says the earliest mathematics texts available are from Mesopotamia and Egypt. See, they keep adding. It got to be one of the other. It can't be both.
Watch this. No, don't read. Continue reading. What does it say?
I don't know what is that. Is that Pimpton? That's kind of small. Pimpton 22 says Babylonian 2000 to 20. What is that? 2900 BC.
And then look at when the Egyptian one is dated to.
Where is it? It says 1800 BC.
And then what's the other one?
It looked like that 1890.
So why
The
they got
mascot, the mascot,
conspiracy,
mathematical
right?
power.
The Mesopotamian one is earlier. Why is that?
Because that's how they see. This is what I hate to bring it up because y'all don't like to hear this because that's the prejudice that they do when it comes to Egypt, between Egypt and Mesopotamia, and there's no such thing as a Mesopotamia.
So they lying, right? So they lying. They lying. They're trying to make Mesopotamia earlier, right? Why they do that?
I don't know. I mean, this is something that they do because they don't want to give the credit to the Egyptian civilization for whatever. This has been going on before me and you got here, Garfield. So don't try to act like this ain't what's going on here. But what I want to ask you
is, why is it you can read the article and say, okay, so let me ask you this. So is the date for the Rhine mathematical papyrus, is that correct?
I'm not sure. But what I want to ask you is the pyramid, where in the context of this text or whatever you found, where is the pyramids already built?
Bro, the reason why you can't say Mesopotamia has the oldest, because you have what's called a Kemet supremacist mindset.
No, I deal with
has to be Kemet first. Bro, right now, I don't care if Mesopotamia got the first oldest documents. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me.
Me neither.
It don't matter.
Yeah, it does matter if somebody's lying.
It doesn't matter, bro. It don't matter to me. I'm just all about the information. I don't care. I don't care if Mesopotamia had it 5,000 years before. I don't care.
Well, I wouldn't care if it's true, but if it's
not
true,
but how do you know if it's true or not? What are you using? You asked me.
What I'm using is my years of research and watching reading stuff that they always interject these particular civilizations.
James, in all fairness, didn't you just say to me, you always taught this Mesopotamian stuff and don't show no source? So I said, let's go to Wiki just to have balance, because we don't have time to say we're going to dig up this and dig up that. So I said, let's use Wiki as a basis, and it has sources, which is right here. And it has sources right here. But this is my point to you. Why is it because Mesopotamia is dated earlier here, you won't accept it?
Because I'm asking you a question which you will not answer.
What is the question?
The pyramid standing before these particular evidence of text that you're talking about? Or the pyramids already standing at that time?
We're not arguing about mathematics on a whole. We're asking about the oldest mathematical texts.
Well, the oldest mathematical text still is found in Egypt. So, with the mathematical papyrus.
It's right here, brother. It's right here. It's right here, my brother. It's right there.
Yeah, I got it. So it still doesn't matter then.
It's 1890, but this is dated to 2000 to 1900. That's older.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but that doesn't.
Can you accept this information?
No, I can't.
See,
and I'm going to do. I mean, see, because that's where you have to be honest, because you got to understand the paradigm that we're dealing with. You don't want to accept it, but I understand.
This is the point. I don't care that they dated to 2000 BC. I don't care. But for him, it has to be Kemet first.
And that's called
Kemetic supremacy. It has to be Kemet first.
And if you have that mindset, you will never reach to the correct analysis, because there is some things just simply is what it is. Now, if you put everything, if you put everything in the Kemet first bracket, you're gonna miss the nuances in the conversation. And when you have a valid point, it's going to be watered down because of arguments like this. The 60-second concept comes from Mesopotamia. It doesn't come from Kemet. Simple as our time, the way we tell time, is from Mesopotamia. Now, we are given, again, we started this discussion looking at Mesoamerica. The Aztecs and the Mayan have an exquisite timekeeping and mapping of the stars, and have their calendars. They have the moon calendar, the sun calendar, and they have it at such high precision. Now, that developed independently of whatever was happening in Kemet, because humans just developed these things independently. So the question of who is first and who gave it to who becomes irrelevant when you can identify that humans develop certain characteristics regardless of where they are and who they are. The Chinese calendar and the Chinese mapping of this of the seasons, and so it's based on their geographical location and how their environment operates, and they came up with the same 365 days independently of anything that was happening in Kemet. So we have to get nuance when we're having these discussions and not go right away to the conspiracy theory. Where it's obvious that there is something wrong, we can analyze it, dissect it, and correct it. But when the information is right and exact, we just gotta accept it. Like I don't care if Kemet is false or not.
Well, I could pull out some documentation to prove my point. So I'm
To
done.
prove what point though? What point are you trying to prove?
The
though?
African mathematics is independent and prior to.
Nobody's denying that. You want to be first. This is the problem, bro.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. But you don't want me to pull out.
Bro, pull out your sources. Go ahead, because the show is about to be over. 4 hours.
Okay, well, let me just we'll just do this tomorrow. But I'll be back.
Respectfully though. Respectfully.
Yeah, I'll be back. I'll be back
Do
tomorrow.
you believe that you have a Kemetic? Let me ask you a question right now. Do you believe that the spiritual system that Kemet have, that they influence everybody, that they're the only ones that had that system? Do you believe that?
No, because that
do you
would
believe
have been all over Africa.
Do you believe they're the first to so this is the problem that I have. I mean, y'all gonna see it in the debate anyway. Y'all gonna get shocked. Y'all gonna get the shocked out of y'all pants at this debate, because this is one of the main things that people who love Kemet do. It's the flower. It actually is a bunch of cultures coming into a society, and this society is now remixing those things that it learned and putting it out to the world. But it's the most prettiest, the most beautiful, the greatest civilization ever, because it's being influenced by several different cultures. So now that we see it from Kemet and they wrote, and a lot of people had oral cultures, just because Kemet wrote, they have an advantage to say, hey, just like Mesopotamia. Mesopotamia was also in influence also. So you remember Mesopotamia, especially Sumer, was a swamp. So that's how you have Egyptian steatite and obsidian in there making up their seals, because they took stuff from Kemet, not directly, but indirectly through trade. Egypt had lapis lazuli. That's from Afghanistan, but they got it from Sumer. They got it from Mesopotamia because of trade. And that's what people need to recognize. So cultures are exchanging things, writings, and different things. So you're going to have different things from different cultures. So you see lapis lazuli, you see the architecture in Egypt. It looks like some of the architecture from the ziggurats. It's all there, but they're not stealing it. It's because of influence. Like, yo, this look nice. I'm going to build this in my culture. So this is what people do, but we just don't want to accept that when it comes to Kemet. But Kemet did it for everybody. Yeah, but come on, I'm telling you, wait till y'all see this debate, man. Y'all gonna be shocked with the information that I bring out. Egypt stole a lot of stuff from people, if we're gonna use that word stole. And I could prove it. We could prove it. We got the sources. But I'm just saying to you, Pan-African, not everything comes from Kemet, bro. We got to get out of that mindset. It's not that I'm trying to take away stuff from Africans, but we are the greatest. But at the end of the day, we can't just say everything come from us.
I was just talking about the context of mathematics. That's all I'm talking about.
The context of mathematics, the oldest reference, based on what my master teacher, Dr. Oya Mayat, taught. You see the Shanga bone and the Lumumba bone, right? So we see mathematics on it. We see women tracking down their periods or their menstrual based off of the moon. So that's looking at the stars and try to connect with the stars and writing down stuff. So we see a form of mathematics. We see rock art. We see several different type of writings going on. So at the end of the day, that developed into what we find in ancient Kemet and in ancient Mesopotamia, to what they call writing, developed to a system where Egypt had an alphabet. And by the way, we're writing English today because of Kemet, ancient Egypt. All right, but we have to just be honest with ourselves. Kemet didn't do everything, family. And to the brother Saya, I'm not gonna let you speak because you in the back chat disrespecting me, calling me fool, calling me out. I'm not gonna do that, bro. I'm not. We don't have to go there. That's the bottom line. What do we learn from me and Jabari? We ain't got to go there. Why are we going there? We could all talk. We could all talk and have a conversation like adults. We need to do that. All right? But anyway, family, I'm out of here. James, I'm going to give you the last word, bro.
No, I mean, tomorrow, if you come on, I'll definitely, like you say, source up with the information that I have. So we'll just leave it at that.
All right, no problem, bro. I respect that. I definitely respect that.
All right, peace.
Proof of evidence, peace and love, brother. Proof of evidence says, Garfield, you can't build pyramids without supreme knowledge of mathematics. I think that's the direction James was going, but that's not the conversation. I'm going back to the Shango, which is 20,000 years ago. That's 20,000 years ago. So mathematics has always been around. When you had to do transactions like beer, they used to make beer in Egypt. They used to have beer in Mesopotamia. When they used to do transaction, they had these little things where they used to exchange as paying people. So at the end of the day, there was mathematics. The issue now is we're talking about the oldest mathematics text that we found. The oldest one we found is in Mesopotamia. So you can't go around that. So because that don't mean they started mathematics. I'm just saying the oldest that we have found. Nobody's saying that. We saw Dr. Maya break down the mathematics of the pyramids. They had to know pi and building the pyramids and shaping a certain. Of course, they had supreme, I would say supreme mathematics. Hell yeah. I agree with that. Proof evidence. Hell yeah.
Geometry for sure. They knew pi, folks.
What?
Like
what?
That was serious.
What? Miss Lamb is gonna be on tomorrow. Sister Monique Lamb gonna be on at 6 p.m. tomorrow. So I got to do the show early so my sister could breathe. So I'm gonna do the show before hers. I'm gonna probably start at 3 o'clock and end by 6 and do the damn so she could do her thing. All right. So I don't know if James could come on tomorrow. And family, we just gotta be respectful, man. Be respectful and let the other person talk. Yes, I cut people off, but at the end of the day, I give everybody the opportunity to talk. All right. So peace and love. I'm out of here. Cedric, I appreciate you for spending the time hanging out with me today, man. Suda Killer's in the building. Peace and love, family. We out of here.
Peace.
Peace. Sister Monique Lamb. I hope your knees getting better. She be on tomorrow. Peace and love, family. I'm out.